this to ourselves and have them all on the same night, right?
Good evening. I'd like to welcome everybody out to our Planning Commission meeting tonight. If you haven't taken the opportunity to sign in, please do. Our opening remarks tonight will be by Bill Olson. Following his opening remarks, he'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I'd like to make my remarks in the form of a prayer. Our Father in heaven, as we come before Thee tonight as a group of citizens, we are indeed grateful for the many blessings that we have and enjoy in this great valley. We're thankful for our freedoms that we can enjoy, the freedoms that we can assemble and discuss different things that pertain to our lives. You ask to be with us this night, that we might be able to discuss the agenda, the things that are coming up in a pleasing manner, that we'll be able to come to some conclusions that will help everybody. We ask you to continue to bless this great nation, that we'll be able to keep enjoying our freedoms that we have. We bless this county and Cache Valley, that we might be able to enjoy the beauties that are here and around us. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Phil. I'd also like to thank Phil for his many years of service on the commission. Tonight may be his last meeting unless we can twist his arm a little harder after the meeting and talk him to come back next month. But he's been serving for at least 10 years, so we'd like to just let him know how much we appreciate his service on the commission. Tonight we've got a pretty packed agenda. Before we go over the agenda, has everybody taken the opportunity to review the minutes from our last meeting, Commissioners? See any changes or revisions that need to be made?
I recommend we approve the minutes from the last meeting.
We have a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting. Do we have a second?
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Our first consent item tonight is the Mark Stewart subdivision second amendment. Do we have anything from staff that we need to go over on this one?
I have not heard any public comment on it, and I have not heard from the applicant that he had any questions or issues, but he may be here. Just a couple of things it's a little different with this one. It does involve a CUP on the adjacent property, and the proposed subdivision amendment actually brings the boundary under the required acreage. So those are a couple conditions that would have to be addressed as part of this approval.
Thank you, Angie. Do you have anything, Chris?
I don't.
Any discussion by our commissioners? Does anybody? I would accept a motion if we're ready.
I'll make the motion that we approve the Mark Stewart subdivision second amendment.
We have a motion to approve the Mark Stewart subdivision. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Our first regular action item tonight is just a reminder on our state mandate. Did Chris or Angie, did you have something? Do we have any?
That was Tim's thing, reminder about the...
I'll give you an update on that real quick.
Okay, thank you.
So the state passed a requirement that every year, the Planning Commission specifically needs to have 4 hours of training. and we've prepped some stuff. Tim Watkins, our planning manager, sent you a couple different things. We need to make sure, and we're responsible for documenting what training you've had and guaranteeing that you've had that training. If you haven't had the training, you can't act on the planning commission. So it's pretty critical we get that done by the end of the year, so when we have our January meeting, that you're able to act as a commission. So we'll do a follow-up and send that stuff out. You can watch videos, they're just YouTube videos like a webinar. They cover kind of land use basics, land use 101. That's going to cover some GRAMA and Open and Public Meeting Acts requirements. And then there's some other things you can choose from that are going to be applicable to Planning Commission, stuff that you usually review or would see. So just take the time. It's 4 hours if you haven't looked at any of it yet. But take a look at that and start eating that up before the end of the year.
What specifically do you need from us to show proof that we have done that?
Just your word.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any questions?
The holidays.
And please call us with questions, like if you're going through it and you have a question like, I've attended this conference, so would this apply? We're supposed to just verify those things and confirm and say, yes, that counts, and we'll document it. So if the state does some sort of an audit, that's verifiable.
Yeah.
Does any of the Cash Summit count?
I think it would, yes. We'll be specific about what you attended. So if you attended the full day, I would count that for a couple hours pretty easy.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Well, I would just make a clarification. I think if you attend 12 meetings during the year, that counts for one of the hours.
Correct. No one qualifies for that. Just to let you know.
Well,
I did
Mr.
check that.
100% attendance is required to get that credit?
To get
Yeah,
that
to get
credit
credit.
is
Oh, man.
100%. Yep.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's first grade.
Some of you are 90, whatever it is, but
all right. Thanks. Our next action item tonight is our public hearing on the Lewis rezone. Before we open the public hearing, we'd like to get a report from staff on this.
Yes, the Lewis rezone is a request to rezone 30 acres on 2 parcels from the agricultural A10 zone to the rural 2 zone. The rezone would allow the parcel to be legally divided into a maximum of 15 separate lots as part of a subdivision process. The 2 lots are shown on the screen on the map here. They're the ones that end in 001 and 002, just south of Hiram. So staff has identified some general information to help you come to a conclusion. First is land use context. So the parcels are both legal as they've been in the same size and configuration as August 2018. I'm just going to show you the context map that's part of your packet. In the past, I have written all of it out, but this time I just put the image in for you. I thought it'd be a little easier to talk about. But as you can see, the blue parcels are the ones that are adjacent to the rezone request parcels. There are no homes in unincorporated county on those adjacent properties, but within Hiram City, there are 6 parcels with homes and an average size of 1.7 acres. When you expand that to a quarter-mile buffer, which is the orange, with a home in unincorporated county, there is 1 parcel with an average size of 7.5 acres, and then in Hiram City, there are 45 parcels with an average size of 0.8 acres. And then when we expand that to a half a mile, there are 11 homes in unincorporated county with a average lot size of 3.3 acres, and in Hiram City, there are 352 parcels with a 0.4 acre average. Let's go back to the GIS map here. So adjacent uses, the properties are primarily used for agriculture and single-family dwellings. And as you can see, this darker or bolder gray line, that is the boundary of Hiram City. So Hiram boundaries are immediately north and west of the proposed rezone. So as you can imagine, the property is located within the Hiram City future annexation area, and the applicant recently did go through the process with the city, but did not finalize it and withdrew their application. The zone, RU2 zone, is identified by the Planning Commission and County Council, was adopted, and the intended and anticipated placement of this zone is in areas of the unincorporated county adjacent to municipalities. And I just see that I have a typo here, but as you can see, the boundary of Hiram City is immediately north and west, as we discussed. As far as unincorporated county, the nearest RU2 zone is south of Paradise and approximately 4.25 miles away from the subject property. So this rezone is the Baldwin rezone, included a total of 4.15 acres, and it was approved in 2017. Since then, they have gone through the approval process for a 2-lot subdivision. The purpose of the RU2 zone is to allow for residential development in a moderately dense pattern that can allow for rural subdivisions and to allow for clustering plans larger than a single parcel. The zone must be appropriately served by suitable public roads and have access to necessary water and utilities and have adequate provision of public services. The actual impacts of a development in the RU2 zone would be addressed as part of the subdivision process. So the property does have frontage along 600 West. It's an existing county facility that provides access to residential lots, a few agri lots, and serves as a main through street from Hiram to Paradise. It's classified as a minor collector road. Maintenance is shared with Hiram City, as the property, again, on the west side is in Hiram. The road is substandard as to width of travel lanes, right-of-way, paved and gravel shoulders, and clear zone. Notices were posted. At the time of the staff report being finalized last week, we had not received any written comments. But since then, we have received a letter from Hiram City, as well as 4 public comments, and those are in front of you. Hiram City, in their letter, states that they are opposed to the rezone. And again, they mention it as part of their annexation area and abuts their city limits on the west and north borders. 600 West location is maintained by Hiram, and the city provides fire and first responder services. The city also has culinary water and power lines along the west side of this property, and culinary water, pressurized irrigation, sewer, power, and a city road are stubbed to the north boundary of the 5-acre parcel. Again, they outline that there has been a history of a proposed annexation into Hiram with many discussions and public meetings, but ultimately the applicant withdrew that request. If the property is to be developed at a higher density, the letter concludes, than it is currently allowed, Hiram believes the property should be annexed into the city so it would have access to city utilities and services. The other public comments also address the development context of the area, how they would like to keep it more of a rural, larger lot. And they also, looks like the majority of them participated in the annexation process as well. And so they are opposed to the rezone. Based on the findings of fact we've noted, staff is recommending denial is recommending that the Planning Commission recommend denial to the County Council, as access to the property is from a substandard public road, and the proximity of the properties to the boundary of Hiram City with access to their utilities, emergency service, and infrastructure would be better served as part of Hiram City through the annexation process. So that concludes staff's report.
Thank you, Andy. Commissioners, do you have any questions or concerns?
Looks like we've got most of the information in front of us if we want to hear from the applicant, but
Still your public hearing.
for the public hearing.
We'll open that, hear from her during the public hearing. With no questions or comments, we'd like to open the public hearing. Before we do, we'd just like to set some guidelines for the public hearings tonight. Each hearing will have a limit of 30 minutes. The applicant will have 5 minutes, and then each person addressing us will have 3 minutes after the applicant. After the 30 minutes is up, we will close the public hearing and at that point. So with that, I take a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The public hearing is now open. Would the applicant, is the applicant here tonight? If they'd, would you come up and state your name?
My name's Emily Culp. I'm at 262 West 500 North in Logan.
Thank you.
And I'm here as an agent for my parents, Robert and Vivian Lewis, who are the property owners. And I'd like to start out by explaining the reason why we are requesting a rezone through the county. First of all, we just like to create a few building lots along 600 West. That's our purpose, not to develop the whole farm. We're just trying to create some building lots. I'd like to build a home there. My parents would like to build a home there, and I have several siblings that are also interested in doing so. And we understand that the best course of action under normal circumstances is to go through the city to annex and then do the building and development through them. But unfortunately, we tried that. We started 1.5 years ago. We applied for the annexation. We met with the city. We came up with a list of terms that were mutually beneficial for both sides. And the council agreed at that time as well. But then once it got open to the public opinion part, that got thrown out and things changed quite a bit. We understand that's part of the process. But it got to the point where the restrictions and demands that the list of restrictions and demands just kept growing to where it was not in our best interest to agree to the terms. And it didn't really feel like we had any say in the matter. In fact, at one point, I asked about what our rights are as the property owners, and was told we didn't really have any rights because we weren't part of the city. So we're hoping that as part of the county, we do have some rights. And like I said, we wanted to do something simple. We weren't trying to develop the whole farm. But it seemed like it was an opportunity for them to try to get us to commit to all these other things because of the amount of property that's there. And that just wasn't, again, that wasn't in our best interest. And so we could see it was 10 months of back and forth, and it wasn't getting anywhere. So, eventually we just had to withdraw it because we weren't making any headway. And as far as the city, I understand what their perspective is on this, but it didn't really feel like they wanted to work with us as time went on. In fact, one of the councilmen at one of the meetings even said, well, Hiram City really doesn't need them. So to me, that makes it sound like they can take us or leave us, and that's how we felt about it. So that doesn't really give us any options. So that's where we're back to the county to just try to do what we were trying to do in the beginning, which was to create a few building lots along that road.
So your question then, but you're wanting to go from A10 to RU2 though?
Yes.
So you're wanting to, even though you say you only need 3 lots, if we go to that zone, you actually could put 15 lots.
No, we would like to at least get 6 lots. But we can't do that with A10 because it would only allow 3. And even RU5, well, I guess that could barely allow 6, but I think with the easements it wouldn't.
But once it's zoned, it's capable of 15 lots.
It is, but it's 30 acres. Mm-hmm. So if they were worried about density, during our negotiations with the city, we were to where they were going to approve 75 lots in that 30 acres. So density shouldn't be a question here.
It's utilities, I think, that become
Utilities are, but this isn't a meeting to decide whether or not we can all of a sudden develop 15 lots. We're going to have to go through the process and get approval every step of the way if we were to do that. Right now, we're just wanting to have the possibility of creating at least 6 lots.
Thank you. Any other comments from the applicant? We're down to about how much time?
I'll be quick.
Okay.
My name's Jeannie Brunson. My address is 431 West, 300 North here in Logan. I'm Emily's sister, and Robert and Vivian are my parents. They bought that property about 17 years ago, done a little bit of farming on it, and we've enjoyed it as a family, and we've watched it grow up around us with development. People being able to do things with their property that they wanted to. And my parents and a few of my siblings are interested in building on that. And when we came and tried to make that happen with the city, you guys, that was an experience. So anyway, at this point, we would just like to be able to have the opportunity to use some of the property that we have in the way we would like to use it. It's probably not going to be appropriate for it to be farmed forever. It is surrounded by city. At this point, we weren't interested in making a huge development, but the way the city presented it, they were requiring a certain acreage be brought forth, more than we're asking for tonight, and then they were dictating what could be done with it. And so we were, open to what that idea would look like. People didn't want that to happen, and I understand that. We would still like the opportunity to be able to put some houses up there, but without the demands that aren't the same as other people that are around us were getting for the property and the use that they wanted with their property. We were looking for fairness, and we're asking you, the county, to consider that, even though Hiram City doesn't want us to go with you. They would like to continue what they want done. That is what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Hi, my name is Matt Holmes. I'm the city engineer and zoning administrator for Hiram City and here on their behalf. I'd like to thank the county staff. They did an excellent job bringing all these, properly identifying all the conditions around it. I'm not going to try and repeat everything that they said, but yes, the process was going forward for about a year. There were many back and forths between residents coming to the city council, discussing items with them, also discussing with the Lewises. We had finally gotten things to the point where we thought it was going to be finally approved, and locations of roads. Part of what we need to do as the city is not just look at annexations coming in, but also providing for services, utilities, roads for the land around it, most of which is owned by the Lewises there. And so for the future development, eventually that's going to be built out. And so we needed to look at that. We had gotten things to the point, agreed with neighbors on where roads could connect through to 600 West to provide access from both sides. Karchner has, as the county staff has already stated, brought in utilities all the way to the north property line of parcel 1 there. And so the thing is we're trying to set it up in a way that provides for orderly development for the city in the future. That was our main concern about it. We were not trying to deny any rights or do anything, but with the negotiation processes, that's part of what we need to look at. With the zoning that's proposed, I believe it's a minimum of half-acre lots that's allowed in that area, which on 30 acres allows for 60 lots, which even though...
It's a misunderstanding. The zoning is RU2, so 2-acre lots.
Okay, then I looked at the wrong one.
In the unincorporated area, that lot can be as small as a half-acre.
Okay.
It still would have to be on a minimum 2-acre density basis. So the maximum number of lots under RU2 zoning at the county would be 15.
Okay, thank you. I haven't had the time to study the county zoning.
So in this example, it would allow them to put half-acre lots along 600 West and still keep the majority of the site in farmland if that's what they want to do, for example.
All right. Yeah, and the zoning that the city had proposed was acre lots along the west half of that 30 acres with the remainder in 3rd-acre lots. And so we were providing a good density for them to have future development as they wanted to develop. So that's kind of what we're we were looking at as we went through this process. If there were any misunderstandings of us trying to deny any rights, that was never the intent, just to provide for future development. And just reiterate against, this is creating an island or peninsula if it's not annexed. I mean, if you were able to zoom out, you could see that it's already largely surrounded by all the purple there. And so just reiterate again that the city does not consent to this development going forward as a rezone.
Thank you. Any questions from the commissioners?
I was going to ask, what do you think the major sticking points are? Is it road layout? Is it development of infrastructure?
I think probably the biggest issue during this whole time was road layout. Where roads would come out, citizens in the neighborhood were concerned about headlights and traffic going near their house. And so that was kind of what I felt was the biggest sticking point through the whole process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Please.
My name is Steve Miller. I live directly across the street from the property in question tonight. I'm here as an advocate for the city because I respectfully disagree with what has been said about the city not being willing to work with the Lewises. We attended about every meeting that took place during COVID. We Zoomed and attended when we could. Found nothing but an attitude of trying to work with the Lewis family. And we have an area out there that obviously we're trying to protect as far as the R5 zoning is concerned, which I believe is 1 acre or larger, and is the only area in Hiram that is zoned R5. And so, of course, our desire is to provide an area where people can come in and buy 1 acre or 2 acres and have a little space and a little room, and to keep that area a little bit more open. That's certainly the reason that I bought a home out there, that I bought land out there, is to have a little bit of space. We'd love to have the Lewises as neighbors, and I think Hiram City presented a very fair and equitable option for them to develop, as was stated, with the frontage of 600 West, 1 acre lots, 2 acres deep, and keeping that an R5 zone and still allowing the infrastructure to handle the development that would take place to the east of it. So I am strongly in favor of a no rezone and keeping that as an option for Hiram City to annex. Thank you.
A question for you.
Yes.
Now, are you in Hiram City yourself?
Yes.
And your lot is 5 acres?
My lot right now is 3 acres. But I believe
most of the lots along there, 2 or 3 acres or what?
1 acre or larger.
Okay. And that's what you would like to see happen across the street?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Come on up. There's a 3 chairs up here, so we're not waiting for you if you're intending to speak.
While he's coming up, those of you that came in a little later, before you leave tonight, make sure you sign your name on the way out if you haven't already.
Steve Morey, and I live actually just south of Steve Miller, 6313 South, 600 West. I'm actually in the city of Hiram on the west side there of the street. I did write a letter that you may have received. And, you know, my primary concern is continuity and traffic patterns. And so the continuity being, I mean, I don't know how the rules work, but it sounds to me like, you know, if a person wanted to, with what's being proposed, 30 acres, 15 lots, they could have half-acre lots for all 15 lots. Could go right in front of our homes and then leave that other land open for another day. And that does not provide continuity. So my concern I expressed, I was trying to be accommodating, and in my letter I said that I was a little bit indifferent whether it's done with the county or the city, but I'd sure like to see acre-and-a-half lots along that road, 1 or 2 deep, probably 2 deep, to maintain the continuity. And then being careful about what we do with traffic patterns, because we have a lot of foot traffic. If you think about it, that's the only road that goes toward Paradise that has foot traffic. The other one's the highway. There's no other place. And so that road in front of my home is got a lot of bicycle, foot traffic, pedestrian activity. You know, the Ragnar, all this stuff goes down there. But, you know, and I have 15 grandchildren, I said in my letter, and they play in the front yard. And I'd hate to see it turn into a situation that would be a concern. So that's I'm restating what I've said in my letter. And I think did I understand it correctly that indeed, the way it's being proposed, there could be 14 half-acre lots and then another one? In other words, there could be just a pile of half-acre lots. Is that correct or incorrect?
I got a question. Is that what the city would recommend they do, is put the larger lots in and not develop like they have up the road a ways?
Yes, we certainly, well, I can't speak for the city, but what we were doing in all of our discussions was to have, as Steve mentioned, 1 acre lots along that road 2 deep. And that was the continuity issue, I believe. Steve, am I misstating that? And we felt like that's reasonable, and it would maintain a good continuity. It's objectionable, in my opinion, if you already have residents that have that type of property and then cave in on it with a bunch of half-acre lots. That's an issue. It's another issue if it's the other way around, you know. But everybody that bought property along that road bought there so they could have a little breathing room, and they spent more of their net worth doing it, and we don't want to destroy that. And so that's the notion here of just keeping it. And I've seen up toward Paradise and other areas up there, they've done some very nice things with that concept. Not Paradise, but on the way out that way. So to do a bunch of density stuff like they've done out, just makes no sense, and it would be a tragedy for the. So I don't want it to be manipulated in a game played where we end up with a bunch of half-acre lots. Even though it's zoned in such a way that sounds good, it's not good.
We appreciate your comment. We also appreciate your letter. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Culp, 2110 North, 6750 West in Petersboro. I'm in support of the project, and I remember when Bob and Vivian purchased that property 17 years ago. There weren't many houses in that area at that time. They've greatly valued that property, and I know how much it means to the family, especially with Emily and Jeannie, who spoke earlier. I know that they are sincerely want to work with the county, and as well as with Hiram if possible, so that they could build homes out there. And that's something that I know both of them are wanting to do, as well as my daughter. And I would just like them to be able to develop the property in a reasonable manner so that they can do so as the other neighbors have, with their own property. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Nelson, and I live on 645 South, 300 East. The property directly to the north of the north property line. My wife and I built a home out there about 5 years ago, and it is a nice place to live. It's nice to have open space, and that's what we were looking for when we moved there. When we heard that this property was looking to be annexed, we thought, wow, what are they going to do? Are they going to put in what's been the norm in other parts of the valley and small subdivision, or are they going to keep it open? And we did talk to our neighbors as we knew that Hiram City was going through an annexation process, and we felt like that the city was quite equitable to say, hey, we want to have a continuity in what's kind of going out there, larger lots, open space. At one time I thought, well, let's make the whole thing 1 acre lots. But I saw that didn't really allow them to do what they wanted with their property, and I thought that the city kind of came up with some options that allowed for the first 2 rows of homes to be larger lots of 2 acres. I looked at what RU2 was and I thought, oh, good, that means 2 acre lots. But it really means that there can be no more than 15 homes there. And it really meant that you could have as small lots as 1/2 acre. And that didn't seem to fit with the mold or what's out there. And it kind of makes me nervous that they could come in and put 14 or 15 1/2 acre lots and then just have a large 23 acre lot that they would continue to farm in. That comes into the city in a couple of years, and all of a sudden that's rezoned, and then all of a sudden everything is 1/2 acre or smaller. And the other thing, at one time there was going to be a road proposed, and it was going to be on our north property line, and we didn't allow for setbacks. We thought we would have a field or a group of homes where there would be an entrance in the middle of the property. And right now where I sit, if that road came through next to our home, there's 3 driveways that emerge right there, and it's kind of I think a safety hazard. I think as neighbors, we got together and talked. We proposed with the city a couple different options, and we thought we had that worked out. One of these options was one that the Lewises said would be an acceptable option, and we kept waiting to hear back, and the next thing we knew, they were no longer interested in working with the city. So I would like to see larger lots maintained out there, and having 1/2 acre lots seems to be not with what we're doing. So thank you for your time.
That was 3 minutes, by the way.
My name is Joni Miller. I'm with Steve Miller. I live across from the property that is being discussed. And the comment was made that the property was purchased 17 years ago without many houses. My husband and I have been in our home on that property for 31 years, and there are 3 others that are right adjacent to that property who have been out there just about the same amount of time. So yes, there were well-established homes on large lots.
Thank you. Any other comment?
Mr. Chairman, I'd move that we close the public hearing.
Second. We have a motion. Oh.
Are we allowed to address anything that was said?
You can have them come up after the public comment, too.
We can address that after the public comment.
I think it's an important thing for you to know, but, okay. I'd like to give my time to her.
Okay.
So your bylaws specify that typically the applicant can make comment.
After.
And then
After the public hearing.
public hearing can, and then they can respond to those. So how you handle that is up to you as a commission.
Okay. We'll give you a minute to respond if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Just for clarification, we're not saying that the city was completely belligerent or anything or impossible, but there's things that the public doesn't know that were in the agreement. And one of the things that they added that we didn't think that was basically a deal breaker was that they were going to require us to put in give a 99-foot right-of-way across the property at our cost, put in a minor arterial road and not be able to access it with driveways. And that did not seem reasonable to us. That's millions of dollars that, you know, they were looking at as, okay, here's an opportunity to get a road and have them pay for it. That was not reasonable. That was the deal breaker. You know, like they've mentioned the road off of 600 and where that was going to line up. We did. We worked something out. We had a compromise. But that other road was a deal breaker. And it's, you know, like I said, they kept adding things as we went, and we felt like they were looking for opportunities to have us pay for the development of the city. And they wanted us to make promises at that point for things in the future they had no idea about, because even during those 10 months that we were going back and forth, they changed plans several times, including throwing out their own master plan that they had come up with because some people complained. So we didn't feel like it was appropriate to commit to things in the future, even property that was not being annexed, that they wanted us to commit to as part of the agreement. And we felt like they were holding us hostage with those requirements to just be able to do what we were trying to do with the building lots along 600 West. And so I think it's important that you know that that was the deal breaker. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we have a motion to.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
We have a motion.
already got a motion
We
and a
already have,
second.
we already have a motion. Second. All in favor to close the public hearing?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Motion carries. So with that, commissioners, I had one question. Showing it's a substandard road, what would need to be done to the road to meet the standard?
Do we really have that kind of engineering to know?
Yeah, again, impacts of development we would look at the subdivision process level, but this is classified as a minor local, which I think would require some significant improvements. But I don't know. We didn't discuss it to that level.
Would be significant to get it up to.
Well, I think right now it's probably closer to a local road standard, but yeah, the Public Works Director did identify it as a major collector. Minor collector? Sorry, I don't remember what I wrote. But as a collector, which as a through road that has a lot of traffic, it would probably need some improvements.
Okay, thank you.
It kind of sounds like the applicant had that discussion with Hiram City, and then there was something else beyond that road, because their standard would have been similar to what the county would ask for a regular road. But,
Yeah, presumably they're looking for another road through the property.
Yeah, which,
Yeah.
but it does seem to me that annexing into even maybe more negotiations are needed, but where it is in the annexation zone of Hiram City, that is still the best place to go with it, where you need utilities and everything else to accommodate that. Otherwise, when they go back later on, they're building lots and they're looking for wells and sewer permits and or septic tank permits. All of those add up into cost as well, but that's not what we're discussing here, but it's certainly part of the big equation.
Now, that 6th West Road right through that area that's in Hiram City, is that Hiram's responsibility now, not the county's?
Yeah, it's shared maintenance currently, so I'm not sure how that is divided or shared, but yeah, it is a county road that maintenance is
I know
shared.
out in Paradise, when they've annexed property, they turn it over to the city, and the county won't maintain those roads anymore.
It's shared. They try to work out some agreements. So, for example, if the county truck's going to be going down there, the county might take care of it. But if the city truck's going there, they might take care of it. So they communicate that, and they have kind of an agreement to make sure they're covering their bases.
Even with repairs and whatever, so.
Yes. Some of these you'll find that half the road is the city and half the road is the county, so they have to have a shared agreement for how it's maintained.
Okay.
Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I see, there's a difference between living in the county and living in a city, right? The county has a lot fewer restrictions, but they also have fewer services. A city has more services, but it comes with more restrictions. And so they tend to, you know, by staying in the county, they like the freedoms of the county, but they're inside a city almost completely. And if, you know, even if it is for a while, eventually they could be completely surrounded. So they have all the benefits of living in a city. They get to go to those city parties and activities. They get to use the library, but they aren't really contributing tax money, and they're not helping put in that infrastructure to pay for those benefits that they're getting. So in my mind, it's a much better fit to be in the city. And as far as like the 60 to 99 foot right of way, I know in Hyde Park City, we have a standard like 66 foot right of way. And if we want that 99 foot right of way, then the city buys that extra land from you. Yeah, I'm just telling you what my experience is, but it's especially where they're almost, I mean, encircled about, it makes sense to me that they really are going to live as if in a city, so they need to abide by the city rules and services.
But if they stay county, they would have to do their own wells and sewer, which if they become city, that's a service. Got paid for initially, but that is a
Yeah,
service
roads is
provided.
probably the biggest thing, because
Roads.
cities don't put roads in. Developers put the roads in and then over to the city, and the city maintains them.
Do you have any comment?
Well, I appreciate everything that's been said. I empathize with the applicant from the standpoint of their property rights and being where they're at. And I totally realize and recognize that this is gonna be more and more of a reality as development happens. If cities aren't proactive, we're gonna be dealing with this on a regular basis. But regardless, I keep coming back to John White when he was our county liaison. Whenever we have a city that steps up and makes a statement like Hiram City has, it's not good for us to not respect the city's request. At the same time, I empathize again. It feels like they're being held captive. They don't have options, and that's why they came this direction. I wish they could go back for a, you know, before we make a final slam decision, I wish they could go back and try and do their differences, but I don't know. I just don't know how we can go against Hiram City's statement when it's right on the property line.
Chris, do you have anything?
I think wasn't that long ago that we had a rezone request down in this area of Hiram, if I'm not mistaken.
Several.
Yeah, there's been several, and we've, I believe, consistently turned those down because this.
For annexation or rezone?
Yeah, for rezone.
We have, and they ended up annexing.
6600 South, there was a couple.
Yep.
You know, Brady makes a good point, because when we have cities that are saying, hey, we would like to annex, we would like to provide the services, this is important for the continuity of growth and development in this part of the city, we've tended to defer to that. And then where we've had cities say, we're not interested in annexing, we've approved those rezones. I think of the west side of Smithfield, for example. So that's been more or less the history of rezone requests in this vicinity, it seems to me, if I recall correctly.
As we've talked in our other meetings, it keeps coming up in my mind is this, we try to avoid the moat around the city. If the city will annex them in, we got wells going in, we got septic tanks going in right around the boundary of the city. And with that going in, it creates over time, what does that do? I mean, if the city won't annex them in, it's one thing, but if the city is willing to provide those services, I think it's definitely better serviced by the city, so. Any other comment from the commission?
I'll just note that under the current zoning, they can have 3 half-acre lots out there if they wanted, without a rezone, for what it's worth.
3 any acre, well,
Yeah,
any
acres,
acre lots.
but minimum
up to
half acre.
Yeah, minimum.
And larger, up to 10 acres.
There's no further discussion. I'm ready to make a motion.
I'd be willing to accept a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that, based on the findings of fact, the conclusions, the conversations that we've had here tonight, I would move that we recommend denial to the county council of the Lewis rezone.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Is that with the conclusions noted?
Yeah.
One more time?
Was that with the conclusions?
I think you said conclusions as you looked at, yeah. And I'll second that. Conclusions on.
Oh, two conclusions? Yeah.
So do you want to restate? We clear on the motion that's in?
Yeah, based on the recommendations and conclusions.
Okay.
I would second that.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, can I just make a general comment for the benefit of the public that's here?
Please.
tonight? This item was a rezone request, which is a legislative decision or a political one, however you'd like to say it, where Planning Commission gives a recommendation to the county council, and they can recommend whatever they want based on whatever good reasoning they come up with. They're not required, there's no law that says here's when you're required to rezone or here's when you're not able to rezone. That's a decision left to the county council on recommendation from the Planning Commission. That'll be a different kind of decision on some of the later matters. And I'm happy to address on later matters what kind of decisions are being made.
Okay, thank you.
In other words, this will go before the county council next.
Yes, and you were neither required to do this nor not required to do it. This is, you use your best judgment and make the recommendation you feel is best, and that's all you're required.
So now this goes before the county council and they'll vote on it, so. Our next item on the agenda tonight is the public hearing for a Brooks Hanson Smithfield West rezone. Again, if you haven't signed in as you're leaving tonight, if you please would, thank you.
Yes. So the Brooks Hanson Smithfield West rezone is a request to rezone 14.37 acres from the agricultural zone to the rural 2 zone. This would allow the parcel to be legally divided into a maximum of 7 separate lots as part of a subdivision process. Again, we've identified some general information as it pertains to the subject property to assist the Planning Commission in coming to a decision. Yeah, okay.
If it's all right with the commission, we'll wait till the folks
please
get
do.
settled.
Hey,
We
haven't opened the public hearing yet.
I couldn't.
We're just waiting for a second for everybody to get settled a little bit so we can hear what Angie's got to report for us. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're good to proceed. Looking at the land use context, the property is legal. It's been in the same size and configuration since August 2006. You may recognize this property. It has been before you for a rezone request previously in July 2019. At that time, the Planning Commission recommended denial, and the County Council moved to deny the rezone due to access from a substandard county road, that the location would set a precedent for increased density and issues with infrastructure would be better addressed as part of a Smithfield City development through the annexation process. At that time, the Smithfield City boundary was located approximately a quarter mile from the subject property. Since that initial rezone request, the portion of the county road along the frontage of the subject property has been improved to allow for the development of a single-family dwelling. Additionally, Smithfield approved the Gillenskog and Hanson annexation. Sorry, let me bring this GIS map back up. In March of this year, that added nearly 80 acres to the city and brought the municipal boundary immediately east of the subject property, just separated by a railroad right-of-way. So you can see here is the subject property, and this is now the Smithfield boundary. It should not include the railroad, but it does in this depiction. And my understanding is there is a subdivision proposed, but I don't have the specifics on that. And then as far as the surrounding area and context, the immediately adjacent parcels with a home in unincorporated county, there are 6 parcels with an average size of 6.2 acres. When you enlarge that buffer to a quarter mile, there are 11 parcels in unincorporated county with a 6.6 acre average size. And in Smithfield City, there's just 1 parcel with a home at 1 acre. But when you expand that to a half-mile buffer, with the home, there are 16 parcels in unincorporated county. Again, the size average keeps getting a little larger at 7.1 acres. And then with the home in Smithfield City, there are 173 parcels with a 0.4 acre average. The adjacent uses are primarily residential and agricultural. And again, the Smithfield City boundary now lies along the eastern edge of the proposed rezone. It is located within the Smithfield City future annexation area, but they have not commented on this rezone request prior to finalizing the report or since then. I have not received any comments from Smithfield. The nearest RU zone is immediately south of the subject property. It is these homes right here. This RU2 zone included 8.76 acres, was approved in 2016, and since then a 4-lot subdivision has been approved. Beyond that, the next closest RU2 is the one where you referenced earlier, just west of Smithfield on 800 West. It's about 1.4 miles away by the most direct route. And that includes, that's on the corner of 800 West and State Route 218. That includes the Birch Hollow rezone, the Jeff West Acres rezone, Birch Hollow South, Tom Pitcher, and the Creekside Estates rezone. Those were all approved in 2017, 18, and this year. So the access for this property is along 400 West. It is an existing county facility that provides access to the general public. It's classified as a major local road, provides access to agricultural and residential uses. As mentioned, the frontage and the road in front of the property was improved last year in order to build a single-family home. The road to the north and south is still substandard for width, right-of-way, and clear zone. We have received no public comments regarding this proposal. Based on the close proximity to Smithfield boundary, the improvements they made to the road, and a rezone would allow for residential development in a moderately dense pattern without impeding immediately adjacent agriculture uses. Staff is recommending that the Planning Commission recommend approval to the County Council. I got to work on my wording on that. But that does conclude staff's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Before we open the public hearing, are there any comments or questions?
I have none.
With that, I take a motion to open the public hearing.
I make that motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The public hearing is now open. Would invite the applicant to come up again for 5 minutes. And then after that, if there's any other public comment, would like to limit that to 3 minutes for a total of 30 minutes.
My name is Brooks Hanson. I am the applicant. I live at 6550 North, 400 West in Smithfield. This is my piece of property. Been down this road 2 years ago in July, looking for an opportunity to build a home out on family property. Was denied, so I moved forward and built my home to find out that I had to widen the road and do all the necessary improvements just to build a single home. So a cost that I'm trying to recoup.
I'm sure you guys can all relate to that. I know it's rezoning in RU2, and I know it was discussed in the previous hearing, that the potential being 7 lots. Due to the nature of this property, and where I've positioned my house because of power lines and other things and the railroad tracks, the maximum amount of number of lots that we would put on there would be 4. They would all be a frontage of 140 feet. It would match the previous 8 acres that were discussed just to the south of the property. The road was improved on that parcel in 2016, and then once again it was approved, or the road was improved, sewer, water, drain catch, utilities were all pulled in, other than Smithfield City's facilities because of county, meaning a well and sewer. I guess my notion is we'd like to move forward to have 3, possibly 4 lots would be the max that we could put there, just to where things were positioned. Get approval to move it to an RU2 so we can sell those lots. So the road was improved to standard. We did have a plan engineered, submitted, approved by the county, and then after we got working on it, there's a couple things that were missed, and we ended up having to widen the road an additional 4 feet after the work was done. So there was an added cost that we didn't see even after we planned for expenses. It's improved, ready to go. It's I feel like one of the best roads in Cache County. It's a great area. It's close proximity to Smithfield, you're correct. In regards to the remarks of if you live near the city in the county, you're still using the city, I think that portrays anywhere in the county. If you live in Trenton, you still use Logan, you still use Smithfield, it doesn't matter where, we're still using the facilities to the sub-cities. There's a major benefit for living in the county. I grew up in the county, I love the county. It's, there's something about living in the county. All 6 homes to the south of me want to stay in the county. That's their plea. That's why they moved where they did, is because they want to enjoy the benefits of living in the county and having some growth and or just some room. So that's all I have. If you have any questions for me, let me know.
Any questions from the commissioners for?
Thank you.
Before we let you go down?
I think we.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Do we have any other public comment? Please.
First off, let me thank Phil Olson for serving the county for 10 years. Also, thanks for your service, Phil. Really appreciate it. Smithfield City does not take a stand on this property. Just wanted you all to know we didn't send a letter. It is kind of
State your name for us.
Jeff Barnes. So, you know, it has an obstacle there, the railroad track, and dealing with the railroad is a difficult matter. Taking a road across those tracks or water and sewer underneath those tracks is a difficult operation. So the infrastructure from the city is south on 400 west. We go as far north as the Olson property with water and sewer. So there are pros and cons. I see both pros and cons of staying in the county or annexing into the city, but I think that's kind of how Smithfield City sees it. All the property to the east has been annexed into the city, and the final plat has been approved by the council, by Kartchner Development, to build mixed dwellings on that property. I think it totals 100 acres, and that'll happen over the next 10 to 15 years. So that will be happening. That's been passed. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment. Do we have any other comment?
I'd make a motion, we close the public hearing.
Second it.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. With that, have any other discussion items or?
I'd be willing to make a motion if folks are ready. If there aren't any other questions or whatever. Motion is to recommend approval to the county council
We have a motion.
for the Brooks Hanson Smithfield West rezone. RU2.
Were there any conditions on that?
There is one recommendation in conclusion.
Okay. So we have a motion. Who seconded that?
I second that.
We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Take a 2-minute break.
Not yet.
You good?
Unless you need it.
You good?
Feels good, I'm good.
I can go for my bed.
Either it fits or it doesn't.
The next item on our agenda tonight is the public hearing for the Cub River Estates first rezone, or number 1 rezone. Can we get a staff report on that, Angie?
Yeah, so the next two are similar and just separated. They're located across the street from each other, but since they are not immediately contiguous, they are split into two. So the first one is for a request to rezone 44.46 acres from the agricultural A10 zone to the rural 5 zone, the RU5. This rezone may allow the parcel to be legally divided into a maximum of 8 separate lots as part of the subdivision process. Again, we've identified some information to help the commissioners reach their decision. As far as the land use context, a bit. Okay. So this parcel is immediately adjacent to the Lewiston city boundary. You can see that black line here. Here's the subject parcel. The adjacent parcels with a home. Oh dear. Sorry, let me just double check something. I think my map may be wrong. It's labeled as Smithfield City. I'm not sure if it's meant to be Lewiston. So let me just quickly check. But again, there are... Yeah, those numbers look very similar to the Brooks Hanson, so I think those are incorrect. So we'll get back to you on that 1 second. So the adjacent uses, I'll bring up the GIS map. As you can see, are primarily a residential and agricultural, with the Lewiston boundaries to the north and west of the proposed rezone. But the property is not located in the Lewiston future annexation area. But as part of the application submittal, since it is immediately contiguous to the city, the applicant did provide a letter from the mayor of Lewiston, which is in your packet, stating it was not part of the future annexation area and the city would not be providing utilities for any future development. As identified by the Planning Commission and County Council, at the time the RU5 zone was adopted, the intended or anticipated placement of this zone was in areas of the unincorporated county adjacent to municipalities. And again, the borders of Lewiston City are immediately adjacent. The other nearest RU5 zone in the area is east of the subject property, approximately 2.5 miles away. As the crow flies. It is the Michael Allen rezone. It included a total of 31.5 acres and was approved in 2012. Since then, a 4-lot subdivision was approved, but the number of lots in that subdivision was limited to 4 lots after non-developable sensitive areas were removed from the gross acreage. So the purpose of the RU5 zone includes the following language: to allow for residential development in a low-density pattern that can allow for rural subdivision and smaller-scale ag uses. This type of development should be located and designed to not unreasonably impede adjacent agricultural uses, nor unreasonably conflict with the development standards of adjacent municipalities. Access to this property is along 12400 North, also known as Cannibal Road. It's an existing county facility that provides access to agricultural and residential lots, and it has access to US Highway 91. Is classified as a major local road. The subject property itself, as you can see here, only has about 187 feet of frontage along the county road. If I turn on the sensitive areas here, the frontage is at grade with the road here. but the terrain contains moderate and steep slopes approximately 220 feet into the property before it plateaus up to the agricultural land. And the current agricultural access to the property, it'd probably be easier if I turn this off. You can see this dirt road to the east is on a separate parcel. For any future development, the applicant is proposing to use the frontage here to access. The applicant states that the property owner is consulted with an engineer and that access that meets the current county road manual is possible. However, no plans have been drafted or any analysis done at this time to confirm that. And due to that, staff is recommending denial until access can be confirmed for any future development. I have received no public written comment regarding this. And again, that's staff's conclusion that it would be recommended for approval. And again, I think the recommend denial, sorry. I'm still looking at my land context map, so I'm a little off. But yeah, so we are recommending denial until that access can be confirmed. And that concludes staff's report.
A question then on the conditions, or conclusions, was that the 30% slope, is that really just the access? Once you've got into that farm ground, that's level up there. It's level.
Yeah, it's really flat. So yeah, that's not an issue. It's just
the access is that 30%. So
yeah, and our code does not allow development, any development, including an access road through steep slope areas. So that's another reason we need to confirm that that would be
so we'd have to see some
accessible.
Engineering on that to know that it was okay.
And that it also meets
back
the
with the engineering question.
Yeah, and that would also meet the grade for access for emergency services and everything, because they have a maximum slope that they can have.
Mr. Chairman, I have a
Go ahead,
question.
Brady.
So, staff, do you know if the applicant was made aware of the concern with that slope ahead of time?
Yeah, I emailed the applicant, Mr. Fielding, back and forth a few times, because initially I wasn't sure if the access was going to be on that frontage or from the existing ag access on the other property. He did confirm it was going to be on the frontage along the county road, and that they had talked to an engineer, so they were aware of the steep slopes, and then just had a verbal okay that access would be all right. But again, until we get some confirmation or written analysis, it's difficult to recommend approval if there's not adequate access to the property.
So that verbal okay was from the engineer, is that correct?
According to the applicant, yes.
So, may I ask one more question? I'm not saying that we're gonna approve it or not, but if we suggested approval of this based upon the location, the complement to the existing homes in the area and such, could that be tied to when they, so all we're doing again tonight would be addressing the rezone? We're not approving a subdivision?
Right, but we do look at availability and access to public services, things like that. So emergency access would be a public service.
Because with today's technology, it's really not a problem of accomplishing that if they got together and got it done. But that's what I was wondering, if we were to look at that and then came back as a holdup prior to approval of the RU2, is that feasible?
This is for an RU5.
Or RU5, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, our ordinance will require some heavy geotech work and that sort of thing to,
Before.
address the road issues or whatever, but our third option would be to, just, not table it, but continue the item for a period of time to where.
allow them time.
We could
That's an excellent idea.
ask
But
for
carry on.
additional information.
That addressed my questions, thank you.
If we were to add a condition that it was approved, engineering, is that even an option?
That's a great question. You can't condition a rezone.
Okay.
What's happened in other locations, other cities, they'll do a development agreement that isn't tied to the rezone specific. It is, but it isn't tied to that. The county has not pursued that option. It's not something that staff's supposed to, but it's not within our process presently. So if that's something they want to pursue, we'd have to have direction from the council to say we want to institute this as a process to consider essentially conditioning rezones so that they could rezone, but it would come with all these, with an agreement that would stipulate what they'd have to do. But presently, no.
If it was a consensus among us, I think Chris's idea of tabling it would be the way to.
Where it's a public hearing, though.
Yeah, we
We're
won't
scheduled for a public hearing.
Still have
Yeah,
it.
question, but
Yeah.
that's an option.
Yeah.
I'm going to restate one thing that Angie stated. You'll notice that that area is 30% plus, kind of that windy portion, does not allow development across it, engineered or not. So that's the challenge you face. We have made exceptions to that if they can, for example, bring that 30% slope all the way back so they can address it from the whole extent of that 30% slope area, so that they don't create a new situation somewhere else because of the steepness of the slope and the cut or fill that they would have to do to make it work. So there'd be substantial engineering and earthwork to be done to make that function.
So, just with that said though, I think of the Willsville property, I don't remember who came in or who it was exactly, but we had 5 or 6 lots and the entire property had some issues, but we were still able to approve what they were asking. Those areas were just off limits. Why would that not apply here?
Because they have to cross it to get to their property.
Even in just one area for the road if it was engineered?
Okay. But if we recommended a continuance on this, would it have to go through the council first, or could we recommend that here and they'd bring that back to the
So if you
commission?
continue it and want to give direction to the applicant, if you have more questions that they haven't addressed, then you could continue it for more discussion. But if they're not going to be able to get there, the continuing may not be helpful. If they can, if they feel like they can, again, you're moving into public comments, so you can probably hear some of that. But if they can make that work, then I'd say that makes sense.
As a council, I'm not interested in having those conditions on a rezone being debated out there to come before the council, especially where we're talking going through, where we've said that's not allowable on anything of the 30%. So from my side, I'm not interested in getting into that gray area right off.
The only thing I was wondering though is if it was to be modified.
Right, but according to them, as our statute, or as our ordinance is, you can't even adapt to that because you're going through it.
Well, they could adapt it if that whole strip was reduced from 30% all the way back to their access.
Which seems.
They might be, I don't want to say they can't do it.
Right.
I'd like to leave that to them.
My thinking was there could be an option that we're not thinking about.
Yeah, understand. I just don't want it wrapped in the way you were presenting it, that it's.
We aren't, our
Yes.
process isn't built to accommodate that.
Right, and I don't want to delve into that.
Great. Any other comment? Take a motion.
We make a motion that we open the public hearing.
We have we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor of opening the public hearing?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. The public hearing is now open. If we could get the applicant to come up for 5 minutes, and then after that, or whoever's representing the applicant, come up for 5 minutes, and after that, we'll.
Todd's the owner, so he'll speak for himself and I'll speak
Okay.
after. He can clarify everything that I don't.
I'm Todd Davis. I live at 1349 East, 300 South in Smithfield. I own this piece of property. I've owned it for a number of years. And I guess I'm a little confused too, and maybe you can clarify. But that slope on where the access is, you're saying to be, even if a road is put in there and is engineered at 5 or 6%, that the entirety of the whole thing has to be less than 30% for the entire piece? I'm
Clarify that?
Clarify that for me if you could.
Can I borrow your mouse, Angie? I'm sorry.
I mean, I understand what you're saying where the slope is, but why would you have to take the slope out of the whole frontage if you did 60 feet or 80 feet, whatever that was required? I don't even know what the requirement is for the access road.
I give that as an example. There might be other engineering approaches that you could make work. So For example, the one that I'm aware of was up in Cove, similar situation, and they corrected the slope from one end all the way through to their access so they could make it work and make a turn on the road. So that 30% slope went away, and then they addressed the grade on the other side, so it didn't make it a worse situation.
Because on the east side of the approach there, yeah, that's west, go the other way. Yeah, east. Yeah, okay, that, I guarantee you that is not 30% right there. I mean, we drive up in a pickup truck. To the west of there, yes.
Well, I'm not gonna claim this.
Yeah, I'm just saying, and that's where the road was actually gonna be. I've had, the engineer was supposed to be here tonight, and apparently he got hung up somewhere, but, because we've met out there twice, and that's actually about 21%.
From what you're telling me, it makes sense, from what Mr. Sands has recommended, that there's some more discussion. And rather than making a recommendation for denial, that maybe there's some additional possibility. The commission would need to see that and have a clarity of what was being proposed, and then make a decision.
Yeah, one other question I have, but wouldn't that be part of the actual subdivision process as part of the conditions that had to be met?
It would be, it could be. When you look at this as a rezone, if the road is substandard or if there are any critical pieces that would create an obstacle, those are significant and sufficient to recommend a denial.
Okay.
Because you don't have the information now to give a good explanation of we need this kind of road across this piece, right? Because they need to propose to us where that road will be.
Well, wouldn't the county dictate to me what the road had to be?
We don't.
If we could create conditions to accommodate the rezone,
I'm saying
that would make sense.
during the subdivision process, so the county would dictate what the road had to be, right?
They would, but once we rezone it, that's been rezoned and the property stays in that zone. Now, if we create a zone that doesn't meet the requirements, we're backward. And so the county's process is that has to be, meet the requirements on the front end, not the back end. Now, there is process other communities use that you can do that. The county doesn't function that way.
Okay. So what is it that the planning commission would need to see from me? Just something from the engineer?
I can't speak for the commission, but what I would hope to see as staff is something that addresses the question about the 30% slope. If you're claiming that it's not all 30%, you would need something to clarify that.
But it goes back to my question. The entirety of that, I don't know if that's 200 feet, 300 feet, whatever it is, that's part of the property. Does that entire thing have to be at a certain percentage versus just where the road goes in? Like,
Just where the road goes in.
but that's, because it doesn't seem to be clear. And she's shaking her head no.
Yeah, well, let's focus back here.
Okay.
So where the road goes.
Well, I mean, it's part of it, so I'm just looking for clarity here.
Where the road goes, if you're gonna do cover fill to get you to the top of that hill,
Right, there's gonna be some cut and fill.
there's gonna be slopes resulting from that. So you can't create a situation which creates a safety hazard.
Suggestion that we just table it.
So that's why I say there may be an engineering solution that you may be able to explore that resolves that. That's not being presented tonight or talked about tonight, other
Right.
than in generalities.
Right.
So we'd have to be pretty clear and specific on what that was, because of the county's process needing that to happen on the front end, not on the back. For the rezone
We have to
process.
judge this on face value, and
I
right
get
now,
that.
that just shows us that there's a major obstacle.
I need to know what I need to come back with
you can
to
get-
to satisfy.
That's what we could address. That's what we could address by not,
Some engineering work, topographical survey maybe to show that they're not 30% slopes and/or, some preliminary.
Well, some of it is 30%, there's no question, but,
Just where you want to put the roads.
yeah,
or that
the
they-
road is gonna be right along where I said, along the east side right there.
That they could be designed.
Yeah,
to-
it would actually go in, that's from the road to the property is south to north. It would go north part way and then kind of bend around so we can utilize without having to cut and fill too much. That's
It
why.
sounds like you feel like there's a way to meet the county requirements.
Quite simple,
And I think
actually.
we're asking you to come back with that information, whatever you feel is appropriate, I think you've been in touch with an engineer and they can.
I've actually had.
They can spell it out,
Okay.
for us and.
I've actually had the engineer and the construction company out there and look at it, and.
I think that would help us clarify everything we need to make the decision that we need to make. So I think the best option might be to table.
That's why I was
it.
thinking that
Yeah.
continuing it would be.
No problem. I just need to know for sure what it is I need to get to you.
Todd also has reached out to touch base with our county engineer and our fire district folks.
Okay.
To make sure we're on the same page, so you don't come back here and get a different response from them based on your proposal.
No problem.
So we'll make ourselves available to put that together.
All right, perfect. Thanks.
Do you have any other public comment on this one? Mr. Fitt.
Come on up, both of you. I'll let Larry go first.
My name is Larry Rosen. I live at 435 East Cannibal Road, which is on the west side. You can see the property line and the green roof home, all that property there, plus the property that's out in front. You can see some building and a trailer and stuff out there, that kind of little field or pasture type area. My wife and I, we've talked about this, and we have no problem with what they're trying to do and develop this. I think as far as neighbors go, we'd be one of the most impacted. There's some other people down the road a little bit. But our concern, and I talked with Todd earlier today, and I think we kind of got a gentleman's agreement. They access on their property a lot of times up our road, across our property to go back in the back there, or even, move sprinkler pipe or whatever they're doing in the back there. And our biggest concern, again, my wife and I, is that this isn't developed and they have to cross our property for everybody that, builds a home or develops back there, because I don't want to turn that into a major road across our property to go back into the development. So as long as Todd is moving his, like he'd originally talked about, his road over where he's talking, I don't think that would really impact us as far as the property, other than if they have to do a lot of mitigation along the edge there, where my pasture is, which, I would work with Todd on that, but that is very steep up in there. I agree with Todd, a little, farther to the west, it isn't as steep, but that in there is, very, very steep. So, but I just wanted to let you know that as far as a homeowner right there next to him, we would be okay with that. We're like anybody, we wish that nothing happened. We wish everything stayed the same forever, but that's not real. And, you got to kind of figure what's best for the county as a whole, and, progress and things move forward regardless of whether you personally wished it would stay the same for the next 100 years, because obviously that's not real. But thank you.
What size of lot are you on there?
We have approximately 3 acres in that range, 3, maybe and a half, or 3.2, something like that.
Thank you.
Vern Fielding. I'm the agent for Todd, but also I have some personal history. I built the home directly across the street from this property, so I'm well familiar with it. About 20 years ago in 2001. Just a couple of clarifications. Where the proposed road, we realize there's going to be engineering and drafting and surveying and topographical maps, but that was all planned to be submitted as part of the subdivision process. We checked with an engineer, had the construction company come out and said, of course, there's no question about it. That can easily be, a road can be accommodated up there. When I found out that the staff was recommending denial, with all respect, yes, that was communicated, but it was Wednesday, November 24th at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And so we didn't have a chance, the day before Thanksgiving, now being Tuesday, to have a chance to do that additional engineering. And it was always intended that that would be part of the subdivision process. The other thing, I would dispute the 30% greater than slope. I took my truck out there and drove it up this afternoon. My truck has a a slope indicator, it never went over 21%. If it were 30%, I wouldn't have even been able to climb the hill. And so, so I would recommend approval, if you can, and the engineering will come with the subdivision application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment?
Mr. Chairman, I'd move we close the public hearing.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. So what's been discussed, what do we want to do here?
We'd have to do a different cut and create a different slope.
I know we got a lot on our table tonight, and I'm not trying to push anybody out, but I'd be ready to make a motion to table it to allow them time. I don't want to go against the county codes or the county standards of submitting something to the council that they're not comfortable with. We already heard that they're not, so if we gave the applicant a little more time to get their stuff together, we reevaluate.
We have a motion.
But let's let Chris, I'd like to hear him.
No, I agree. A continuance would make no sense. So that we can come back and approve this thing.
So we have a motion to,
Excuse me. I just make one more comment. I just want to be clear exactly what it is you want me to bring you. The engineering says that this road can be built to county standard with factual.
Touch base with these guys tomorrow or Monday so that everybody's on the same page.
That's really what we're asking, Todd. Yeah.
I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah.
so we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries to continue. Kind of along the same lines, we have the public hearing for the Cub River Estates number 2 rezone. Angie, do you want to fill us in on that one?
So this is just across the street from the previous one. It's a request to rezone 26.35 acres from the agricultural zone to the RU5 zone. That would allow the parcel to be legally divided into a maximum potential of 5 separate lots as part of a subdivision process. So thankfully the parcel context on this is correct. So let me bring up that map. So immediately adjacent to the property, there are 5 parcels with a home in unincorporated county with an average lot size of 37.6 acres. And when you expand that to a fourth a mile, there are 10 parcels with an average lot size of 21.8 acres. And then when you get to a half-mile buffer, there are 39 parcels in the county with a home and an average lot size of 7.8 acres. And then in Lewiston, there's 1 parcel with a home and an average lot size of 1 acre. According to the GIS information, you can see that there are some areas of floodplain and floodplain buffer that go through the property. Those can be developed, but do require for future development, elevation certificates and other additional reviews and analysis. We talked about the purpose of the RU5 and where it should be located. So the same information as the previous, where the nearest other RU5 zone is about 2.5 miles away. Again, considering impacts, there's no slope along the frontage of this property. The road is an existing county facility that provides access to agriculture and residential lots, and it is just west of US Highway 91. It consists of a 20-foot wide paved surface, but is substandard as to paved and gravel shoulders at this location. I did not receive any public comment regarding this, and staff is recommending approval, or recommending that the Planning Commission recommend approval to County Council. As the location of the property is compatible with the purposes of the RU5 zone, as it allows for residential development in a low density pattern that can allow for rural subdivisions and smaller scale ag uses, does not unreasonably impede adjacent agricultural uses, nor unreasonably conflict with the development standards of adjacent communities, and is appropriately served by the adequate provision of public services. So that concludes staff's report.
The blue zone, is that what you consider flood zone?
Yeah, and the pink is the buffer, the 100-foot buffer.
100-foot buffer off of that.
Thank you.
I make a motion that we open a public hearing.
We have a motion to open public hearing. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor of opening?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
She said you're on the west side of Weldon.
The public hearing is now open. Would you like to address us?
Let me state my name and address again.
Please do.
Just because the note taker, the person that does our minutes isn't physically here, so it's.
Okay, Todd Davis. I live at 1349 East, 300 South in Smithfield. I own this property that's in question.
You're not required to comment if you don't want to.
I don't, well, just will throw my 2 cents worth in. The piece on the west is what Vern referenced earlier. It was, I think, about 5.5 acres that I sold him a long time ago, I guess, 2001. Been a while, 20 years ago. But yeah, I'd just like to, I've operated this feedlot there for probably 25 years, as you can, I don't know if you can tell what that is from the aerial, but all along the east side there is just corrals and yeah, you can kind of see there. But there are some environmental issues and stuff with High Creek running through there. I mean, we fenced the cattle away from there, but there's still some potential problems with water quality issues and stuff. So we just kind of made the decision to get ahead of the curve before somebody comes out there and tells me I got to spend $1 million to berm it and retain everything. My thoughts are, you know, just as well sell it and be ahead of the curve and go farther out somewhere else where there's not going to be any issues. But as far as the ground itself, it's really not good for anything else. There's nothing farmable on it, or it's a rock pile. So anyway, that's about all I have to say.
There went your sales approach, huh?
It's a rock pile, take your shovel out.
That's too good. Thanks for your comment too, by the way.
I think.
Chase doesn't want me to sell any of it.
Do we have any other public comment on this one?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we close the public hearing again.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The public hearing is now closed.
Are there any other questions or discussion?
I don't know, does anybody have any questions or
No.
discussion?
I'm ready.
I'd make a motion that we recommend approval of the Cub River Estates to rezone to the county council based on the staff recommendation and conclusions.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The next item on our agenda tonight is the Valley View Self-Storage Conditional Use Permit. We'll give it just a sec for everybody to get, just a minute for everybody to get.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a motion right off the bat that these two applicants that just come in have to stay the rest of the meeting since they were late arriving.
Listening.
They weren't even listening.
They're not listening.
So moved.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, good evening, Commissioners. Tim Watkins with the Planning Zoning Department. And I'm here to present a conditional use amendment to the recently approved Valley View Self-Storage project. It's located at the corner of Valley View, Highway 30 and, sorry, what is that address? Thank you, Highway 23, 1103, 600 West. It's just under 5 acres. And just to quickly review the concept site plan. And the request is to change the exterior materials from the masonry product that you see surrounding, providing the framework and enclosing the aluminum doors as shown here to, or metal doors, to be a metal siding. And this is due in part to the lack of timely response for the masonry product and the cost increase of that product. So this is what was approved as an elevation. This was shown as siding in your elevation, the vinyl siding actually. So it was actually a masonry block, metal and vinyl siding. And so this is a type of proposed update, which would be all metal buildings. And these are just some photos of similar buildings with similar materials that are proposed. And this would be the updated elevation. For clarification, I'm not clear if it's also aluminum or metal siding on the building, or is that still a vinyl siding? Okay. So it's just before you, because in the letter of intent it stated masonry and metal, and the updated request for you to consider as an amendment is all metal. And could be metal, one building with vinyl and or composite type of siding, hardy board type of siding.
Okay. Do we have any questions?
So that really is the only change then, is
That's
the
the
question?
only-
Building
nothing else changed.
materials.
I'm kind of surprised this comes before us, but.
Why, just out of curiosity, why would we have to approve?
That'd be significant enough to
It
come
was
back
one of,
before us.
I think
It's kind of up to our and your decision making, but if there's any question for us, that could be contested somewhere else. It's better that the land use authority made the decision and not staff made an assumption. So whenever we have a question and then we're too far into the grave, we need to bring it back to you and you can just make a quick action and move it forward, rather than us going too far out on an assumption.
Do we not have to have a public hearing on it or anything? Or we don't have to?
I have no other questions.
you have no other questions? Does the applicant, do you have anything else to add, or?
Only if you have questions for him. Tim did a good job, that's why we're changing it, just because we just can't get anybody to commit to even come in the next year to do the brickwork. So that's good for other options.
Make a motion to.
Our only condition, you missed it earlier, was you gotta stay for the rest of this meeting, because you were late.
When I got my ER doctor here, I got to see.
Carry on.
Well, I make a motion that we go ahead and approve the modification on this property.
It's to a.
I'll second it.
We have a motion, we have a second. Well,
Does that suffice?
is that, we need to amend original?
That's
Are we
sufficient.
amending the
You're great. Yep, that's
original
it.
condition
Yep.
use permit?
So we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries. Thanks. So on to our next item, we should have had this to be the first item by the looks of things tonight.
It's only 7:15, tell them it could be 9 or 10.
We're supposed to be done by 8 o'clock, so we gotta.
So we got to move. So Our next item is a Hollow Ridge RV campground conditional use permit. We'll have us, yeah.
Can I follow up my prior comments?
Please do. That'd be great before we get into this.
Most of what you've heard tonight were rezone requests, which, as I mentioned, are legislative decisions or political decisions that you can just exercise your own best judgment on. That last one was a conditional use permit decision, and this is also coming up a conditional use permit decision. A conditional use permit, they can't just exercise their own judgment as to what the ultimate best answer would be. Rather, state code provides that if a county says certain uses are conditional uses, I'm going to read from state code, a land use authority shall approve a conditional use if reasonable conditions are proposed or can be imposed to mitigate the reasonably anticipated detrimental effects of the proposed use. In other words, their discretion is somewhat limited. It's a little bit like a driver's license. If you're 16 and you've got the eyesight and all of that, it doesn't do any good to go in and say that she's not responsible enough. If you pass the test, if there are glasses that can correct your vision, they've got to give you the driver's license. It's a little bit like that here.
It's not. No.
Please, hey, we'll hold this to the.
Public hearing, and you're welcome to comment. They're to look at whether the use is compatible with existing uses in the immediate vicinity, whether it causes unreasonable risks to the safety of persons and property, and in that context, whether there are conditions that can be imposed to substantially mitigate detrimental effects. If conditions can be imposed that substantially mitigate detrimental effects, they're required to grant the permit. And that's the legal advice that I'm giving them, because one way or another, these decisions can get appealed, and that's the standard that the county's attorney, I am advising them on. And I say that public comments about whether campgrounds should be allowed in the county at all or in a particular zone, those are questions for the county council when they determine what conditional uses are allowed in the different zones. In the A10 zone, there's private airports allowed, crematoriums are allowed, feedlots are allowed.
We could have an auction yard up there.
With certain conditions. And those are decisions that the council makes. I say that the comments tonight that will be most productive would go to, are the conditions that are proposed adequate to substantially mitigate detrimental effects? I'm not taking a position on the proposal, but I just wanted to educate your role.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
So, commissioners, before we open the public hearing, did you have?
Presentation?
Yeah, if we get the staff report.
And to be clear, it's not a public hearing.
Oh, it is not a public hearing
If the
tonight.
commission would like to have public comment, they're welcome to do it. You're not required to. We encourage you as staff to accept public comment, but it is not a public hearing. It's not required by law, but it is good practice.
But we can set the stipulations for that public
Yes.
comment.
Okay. So with that, can we get the staff report?
Yes. So I'll walk you through this evening just an outline of the proposal and a little bit of context of the property, which is shown highlighted here just along the east edge of Smithfield at approximately 300 South. The north end of the property, also known as Smithfield Dry Canyon Road, once it extends east beyond Smithfield city limits. This is about a 22-acre parcel, and just to look at what our code, the county code, allows conditionally in the A10 zone, is a recreation facility, which is defined as an outdoor place designed and equipped for the conduct of sports and leisure and time activities. The end statement says Recreational uses may include facilities such as a campground and other facilities. The definition of the campground in the code is any area with more than 3 campsites that are improved for occupancy by transients, which is defined as people staying less than 30 days. And that could be recreational vehicles and other types of camping facilities. And then a campsite is defined as an area within a campground designed or used to accommodate one party in a single travel trailer, recreational vehicle, or tent. Here's the proposed concept plan. This is a preliminary site plan. It could be varied somewhat and from what you see here, but it is likely to be very similar. And in terms of the proposal and the maximum number of campsites is a key factor. It is anticipated that up to 65 campsites, each with an RV parking pad and 1 additional parking space, could fit on this property. Phase 1 is anticipated to be 12 pull-through campsites. Phase 2 could be 26 additional back-end campsites, and then Phase 3 could be an additional 27 campsites that are not shown yet on this concept plan. This is just a depiction of a pull-through campsite on the right. You see the extra parking space, then the little patio space next to the RV camping or trailer pad site, and then a back-end site shown here with the adjacent parking space. We'll also mention on the site plan, there are activity areas such as pickleball court, horseshoe pits, guest parking, 12 additional guest parking spaces to accommodate management visits, visitors, or additional vehicles may be associated with a camping party. And then note that the red dashed lines indicate a 30-foot Hyde Park city water line easement. And the applicant has had discussions with the city to potentially vacate or abandon a easement not shown through the center of the property that does not, it was actually recorded without any purpose, really. It was perhaps not even intended to be recorded. And so that easement could be removed and the city could inspect and review the site plan, and in exchange for that cooperative coordination between applicant and Hyde Park City, the applicant would agree to provide, to accommodate potential Bonneville Shoreline Trail along the east property. And that's depending on where Hyde Park City may or may not be able to negotiate and purchase or find other means to accommodate Bonneville Shoreline Trail further east of this property.
Currently, Hyde Park does not have a water line in that ground.
Hyde Park City has a water line in the red
Oh, it is in
corridor,
there, okay.
but there is another easement not depicted here that has no water line.
Oh, a secondary easement, okay.
And that's what would be rescinded or vacated. And that's described in the letter from Hyde Park City in the packet. Also, a few more details specific to this proposal. There would be electrical hookups, water spigots for each campsite. An in-ground improved fire ring is proposed for each campsite, and the county fire marshal has recommended that those improved fire pits with the metal ring, they help to substantially limit the spread of fire, and short of any more broadly applicable fire restriction, those he felt would be compatible and help address the containment of fire for recreation and camping. I mentioned the outdoor shared amenity places. 4 total dumpsters are proposed. That's about 1 dumpster for every 12 to 16 campsites. Landscaping and screening would be proposed and required to help reduce the direct visual impact of camping sites from off the property as well as between campsites on the property. The proposed sewer dumping is proposed to be off-site, that there could be either visits to locations throughout the valley or a pumping service, a truck, a vehicle with a tank to come up and pump RVs at on the site and proposed campground. Maximum guest stays would be 30 days per the code requirement. And that would be proposed up to a 9-month annual season. And there could not be any campsite hopping to exceed that 30 days, whether it's someone revisiting multiple times or staying 30 consecutive days. The maximum would be 30 guest overnight stays during that annual season. And then the county code, because of that 30-day overnight restriction, does not allow for what is referred to as a worker camper, where a camp host could stay overnight. That could take place up to 30 days, but not beyond 30 days. So the applicant is proposing off-site management with on-site camp host visits. There's potential for an area resident that could be hired and have a local tie to the area and concern for the tenants as well as surrounding neighbors. Reservations anticipated to be booked online, and there's potential for webcam internet-based monitoring equipment to provide for safety and monitor activity and so forth. The applicant is also proposing campground rules and regulations, and I would add that these are in response to public comments and concerns that have been shared, been provided by members of the community and the public, and those have in turn been shared with the applicant. And so these rules and regulations and the proposal are in an attempt to address some of the concerns, or most or all the concerns expressed. So proposed campground rules and regulations include no charge for children under age 9, but a registration fee applicable to adults, and check-in time after 2 p.m., check-out by 12 p.m., 10-mile-per-hour speed limit, quiet hours 10 p.m. to 8 p.m., and that's similar to Smithfield City, which has quiet hours from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the ordinance. No objectionable noise, no intoxication, drug possession, obscene language, loud outbursts of violence, no horn honking or leaving a vehicle to idle more than 5 minutes. Free guest Wi-Fi access, but Wi-Fi not to be used for any illicit uses or objectionable content. Only operable and licensed and insured RVs are allowed. No sleeping in cars and no converted school buses, and truck campers not to be removed from vehicles. This is a summary of the 58 public comments that we received, including a few that I actually need to pass out to you. Were just printed at the end of the business day today. There are recurring themes in the comments, and they're just outlined here: of concern of traffic impacts and safety on 300 South, right? 300 South. Fire hazard potential from campfires, noise impacts, visual impacts, property value concerns, and concern of illicit activity on the property, potential for crime, and that's somewhat associated with a concern of long-term stays. Anticipating these concerns, the staff has reviewed the letter of intent and the proposal of the applicant and public comments, and this is a summary of the conditions for approval provided in the staff report. So these are similar to the rules and regulations as well as the proposal provided by the applicant. No overnight guest stays on the property over 30 days within one season, annual season. Off-site management and camp host supervision must be provided. Management must enforce campground rules and regulations as proposed in this application. The management must be responsive to guest and nearby resident complaints. Any expansion or modifications of the use require land use authority approval. And that doesn't mean necessarily there can't be tweaks to the site plan as site conditions are better understood, but more about not to exceed 65 campsites, and to still provide the necessary landscaping and trash and so forth, receptacles. Updated site plan and landscape plans are required as part of a zoning clearance and site plan review and approval process, and that would include fire district approval of site plan, including the actual plants, and assuring that there is sufficient water supply for serving the campsites, as well as maintaining landscaping so that it remains alive and healthy. The in-ground improved metal ring fire pits, Also, a 66-foot right-of-way dedication, and that's likely to require cooperation of two property owners on both the south and north side of the Dry Canyon Road. The trash collection letter of agreement or service would be required prior to approval, and the stormwater design and disturbance permit requirements as per county code and standards, and these all to be met prior to any operation, and many of these would be required prior to recordation of the conditional use permit. Thank you. I mentioned water supply for the campsites. So, and landscaping maintenance required. So the conditions for approval, just a slight modification that we would propose to the Planning Commission to consider, and it's just some slight words adjustment for clarity and correctness. The first condition to read, no guest overnight stays on the property shall exceed a total of 30 days within one season or year. And the second conditional could read, a plan for off-site management and camp host supervision must be submitted and approved by, and there could be a discussion as to whether that comes back to you for approval or whether you delegate that to staff. So those are a couple of potential modifications to what has been provided in the staff report. So I think I'll conclude at this point and be happy to respond to questions now and throughout the discussion this evening.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, in your presentation on number 14C, so from past experience, I was under the impression that if somebody's developing, they have to deed their right of way. But why does the other property owners that aren't benefiting from this happen to deed their right of way? Or is that the responsibility of the developer to work in arrangement with the other property owners to get this done?
My understanding is it also, in part, has to do with the right-of-way width to even access the let's see, northwest corner of the property requires some cooperation between both property owners.
We can pull that up on the map.
Yeah. Oh, I think I have it.
But is that something that's taken place in the past? I think like the Brooks Hanson subdivision. So he was only required, I'm not wanting these guys to get out of developing that road, but I'm not aware of another situation that we've dealt with here where property owners that weren't part of the development have been required to participate.
We'll let Tim pull up that map, but because of the location of where that road, the paved road ends and that right-of-way ends, the property to the north would have to be involved to make that extend. So they need to work that out. They need to figure out how to make it work. We can't require the other property owner to participate.
That's my question.
But we can require the applicant to sort it out.
He has to work with or accommodate the other property owners to comply.
Correct.
Great, that answers my question.
There's a visual for you.
I'm totally fine with that. I just didn't want to see the other property owners forced to do this if they weren't benefiting from it.
So which property owners are we talking there? That's that property owner on 001 or?
The subject property is here.
Right, okay.
And then you see there's a need for 66-foot right-of-way, which would cross at least the corner of this property. And then ideally there'd be, subject to further study and surveying, just determine where and how the 66-foot right-of-way extends through this area.
Okay, I'm fine with it, and I think the road should be developed. I just didn't want to see a burden on neighboring property owners that weren't part of this.
Sure. And just to also mention this right-of-way type of parcel, there's also some right-of-way access through that.
Okay. My second question, well, I got two more. One involved road conditions. So we've identified the right-of-way being paved, but what about the roads within this area with the amount of traffic up to that we're dealing with? I didn't see anywhere in here that we're saying it's got to be paved.
Inside the park?
Yeah. to eliminate dust and other burdens.
Okay, well, I think that's a fair question and something to be considered.
Okay. But third,
as a private road.
we dealt with the soccer fields last time, and it was decided the best interest due to the usage would be to put a fence around it, to eliminate garbage blowing onto neighbors and such. Is that something that could be thought of here?
I think it's worth some discussion. I think the the agricultural concern was little kids during a soccer game putting candy wrappers in water bottles and such, and even getting out into an area where there could be operating equipment.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's part of what we can discuss this
Kids
evening.
unfamiliar with this area, wandering down into neighborhoods or garbage, I think a fence around it would definitely help offset some of that concern.
I think, too, you could consider this in some ways similar to a park where it has visitors and there's trash receptacles and places for their...
Just an idea. Well, I just wanted to bounce that off.
Yep, and we'll hear from the public and we'll
Another
consider that this evening.
Another consideration there is, I don't think we've addressed, at least if we did, I may have missed it, is if you go, in fact, if you'll help me, Tim or Angie, just to move to the east 2 properties, there is a shooting range that's functioned as a shooting range for a number of years. So I can see some validity to making sure there's maybe some signage or some indication that there is a hazard to the east. And that would be, I think, appropriate to require something there. I don't know if we have any indication, we'd probably need some more substantial indication that there are trash issues resulting from the RV campground to make it a requirement. And there may be, I don't know. But I certainly think that with that hazard to the east, there may need to be some consideration. I don't know if it's a fence or signing or whatever it is. You can still take the road and go up right past it, but it would eliminate the possibility of someone coming from the back, from the south end, walking up the hill, and then you're in the range of where people are shooting.
Mr. Chair, I have 2 questions.
Go ahead.
Would you look at page 8 of your item at the top on item B? All throughout, you've talked about the quiet period is 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. Here it references 6 a.m. Are you seeing that? Is that just a typo, or why the difference there?
Yes, the 6 a.m. reference was only intended to refer to in comparison to Smithfield, so that's an error.
It doesn't even talk about that. It's just saying a condition in here. See condition 2. When you go to condition 2, it doesn't point that out.
It should be the 10 to 8.
Okay. And then, has there been a discussion back on item number 19, what we call out as average daily trips and what the proponent talks about average daily trips are far, far different? We talk about 65 campsites, 3.16 daily trips per campsite, or 205 daily trips. If you go to their traffic and parking letter of intent, they come down 0.52 trips per site per the Institute of Transportation. This is compared to 9.57 trips. That's a big difference, I believe, in the average daily trips.
Yeah, that unfortunately might be the not the most recent letter of intent attached, which the most recent was a 3.16.
Okay, just some things I saw there.
Thank you.
I had a couple questions. One, dealing with the fire. You know, with that many campgrounds, you got campsites, camperings. There's a fair amount of, fire going on there. In the applicants, in their way to take care of that, it was said, one of the things said it was 650 feet to the nearest fire hydrant. Other than that, if there is a fire, how will that be handled? That's one of my biggest.
So,
have they addressed that? I didn't see where that was addressed.
Our
Please,
fire,
hold on. We'll give you a chance to talk.
Thank you.
I can relay what we've heard from the fire marshal in a number of
Yeah.
meetings to review this, and he was not able to attend this evening. But his assessment of the nearby wooded vegetation is minimal. And so live vegetation, irrigated vegetation would be key, so as to not have nearby tinder and so forth, and weed maintenance and control would be key. He emphasized these improved camp fire pits, and I think if fire conditions reached a point in terms of drought and dryness and heat, that fire restrictions in all camping areas would apply to here as well as other areas.
So like this year, we're up where we had no fires in the recreation, well, what would be forest recreation, that could apply to this is because it's an A10, it's a camping scenario.
That's correct.
I think you gotta look at more than just their area though, because if you have a kid that puts a piece of cardboard or even a paper plate that they ate on in a fire, it picks up and it travels. I'm just acknowledging that even.
So that was my concern. That's what I'm trying to address here. Who was responsible? Is the county providing the fire protection here? Because Smithfield City in their letter come out and said, they had the same question that I think I'm asking. I don't think that's been addressed.
Well, we do know that Cache County will provide fire services and sheriff services, and whether Smithfield would want to, in a cooperative way, participate in that is a coordination effort between the two entities.
Any other questions or comments from?
Ready for?
Is anybody from Smithfield City?
Mayor's right here.
Well, there was a letter there. I'm just trying to address how we want to open.
That's awesome. You're doing awesome.
I think we can start with just the mayor without opening public hearing.
This isn't a public hearing, though. Right. We don't have to. So is anybody here representing Smithfield City? Do you have any comments?
My understanding, yes.
Have you read our letter? I have a copy of the letter. Anybody have it?
Here. I do.
Want me to talk here?
If you would, please.
I'm just going to put the slide back up.
Okay, so Smithfield City's writing in regard to the proposed Hollow Ridge RV campground application you will be considering soon, and as a city council and mayor, we have some concerns with the proposal which we ask you to consider as you review this request. So number one was sewer. Okay, the application states tenants will utilize existing RV sewer dump stations in Cache Valley. Is this feasible to have the trailers continually going back and forth in order to dump their sewage? We have concerns sewage would not be handled properly. Next one was fire. And this area is a very dry area, and as recently as 2 years ago had a large fire in the area. I don't know what your fire marshal knows about vegetation, but grass and sagebrush do burn. And fires start low and burn up the mountain. You all know that. With many campfires, the odds are extremely high of starting a fire, which will go east and into the forest and require substantial resources at a great cost. There is very little water in this area to fight a fire. When it comes to fire response, will the county handle this where it is not in the Smithfield city limits? As a request was made to annex this parcel into Smithfield city limits, one of the main reasons the request was denied was because the city council does not support development east of the high voltage power lines in the area in order to keep a buffer for fire protection between the city and the forest. The main access point would be off of 3rd South in Smithfield, as well as from 6th South in Smithfield. So Sunrise Elementary is located just off of 3rd South, and Skyview is located off of 6th South. Both of these roads are residential areas. There's a significant concern with the trucks and trailers that will continually use these roads to access the parcel. Water. Our understanding is there's a new well on the property which has very limited flow. Is there enough water to service the needs of up to 80 camp trailers? If not, the trailers will once again have to be moved and driven downtown so they can fill up again. There's not enough water available in this area to fight a large wildland fire. Police protection, who's responsible for police protection? This parcel is in the counties, so which an entity will need to respond when there are problems. When there are not on-site employees, will people call dispatch when they have issues if they cannot get a hold of anyone? Long-term use. The request states tenants could be there for up to 30 days. What happens in 30 days? I think you covered this. What happens in 30 days when the tenant simply moves to another parking stall in the campground? It sounds like that won't be permitted. So this could lead to long-term rentals of the units. So location, the area borders a residential neighborhood. Camp trailers would be located right next to existing homes. These homes are not cheap. These are expensive homes on the east side of Smithville. Is it appropriate to have a residential neighborhood by an RV park or vice versa? So we appreciate your willingness to listen to our concerns. Sincerely, the mayor and the council.
Thank you, Mayor.
Well, now everyone here knows what Smithville.
Chair Scott, I'm holding a petition with about 600 signatures on it, and I think a lot of people here have kind of volunteered me to speak on their behalf. Okay. My presentation is a little more than 3 minutes, but I think it will engulf a lot of people's concerns and eliminate a lot of people from having to speak.
Okay, would you please state your name?
Yep.
Do we open a public? First accepting public comment.
Public hearing.
Just for point of clarity.
So we haven't, but.
Brady, you have something?
Well, yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have a question for our legal. So, I respect everything you shared with us tonight on our obligation to property rights and such as it stands, and usage of this land. We had the applicant here from Hiram City who wanted to develop their property. That's very much doable in an A10. And we're not taking away their A10, but we didn't approve going further than that. So my question is, kind of based on our thought process there, that was dictated out of respect for Hiram City's request due to their proximity to the applicant. Does that give us any precedence or help in a scenario like this where we just heard this letter from the city?
It doesn't. The letter from the city addressed some of the
concerns,
potential detrimental effects.
Okay.
And you're required by state law to consider whether there's conditions that could substantially mitigate those detrimental effects. You can't, with a rezone request, you can make the decision to simply defer to a city and that you're going to follow a city's wishes. You can't simply defer to a city's wishes on a conditional use permit application.
So, as a commission, our point is to decide whether they can meet the conditions that are required by the code. So, with that.
Slightly different than that.
Okay.
You're required to determine if there are conditions.
Okay.
That can substantially mitigate the detrimental effects.
Okay.
And you've had staff recommend some conditions that may do that, and you need to decide whether those conditions that are recommended would be sufficient, whether additional conditions may be needed, or whether the detrimental effects are so severe that there are no conditions that could substantially mitigate them.
Okay. And so by listening to Mr. Stokes here, would it help bring up some more of those detrimental effects, or what would you
I don't know what he's about to say.
I don't know either. That's what, yeah.
Okay, just one last quick question though before we lead into that. Can you just identify, so a CUP, just as it can be a conditional use permit, just as it could be granted, it can also be withdrawn for not following the conditions of approval. Can you?
That's correct. So for example, I'm just gonna note one that's already been noted, the fire hazard. If you were to deem that the condition here that's been proposed is that the fire district would have to approve the site plan and landscape plan so that there would be enough greenery there that it's not gonna be tinder all the time. And then the rest of the condition talks about there's gotta be water and it kept green. If you imposed that condition and they proceeded and then the place dried out because they weren't watering the landscaping, their permit would be revoked on that basis because they wouldn't be meeting the condition. They would have to meet the condition. If the condition is all your RVs have got to take their sewage to another sewage place to dump it, and RVs start dumping on site, it gets revoked because they're not meeting the condition.
Thank you.
So would smoke be considered an annoyance? In some of the other CUPs, it lists other things that would cause an annoyance to those people around, surrounding neighbors. What are some examples of those annoyances?
Smoke is one of those.
Okay.
Noise.
I'm just gonna read you the code provision.
Please do. I'm just trying to dial in on what the code says. We will listen to him. We just want to, before we listen to him, we want to know what the code says so we can check off the boxes that are here. So.
And the law doesn't require them to hear from anyone in making this decision. This is a very fine body who makes it a practice to, notwithstanding the fact that they're not required to listen to any of you, they listen. I'd ask that you respectfully wait till they give you a turn. They're going to. I'll read the code. A county land use authority shall approve a conditional use if reasonable conditions are proposed or can be imposed to mitigate the reasonably anticipated detrimental effects of the proposed use. The requirement to reasonably mitigate anticipated detrimental effects of the proposed conditional use does not require elimination of the detrimental effects. If a land use authority proposes reasonable conditions on a proposed conditional use, land use authority shall ensure that the conditions are stated on the record and reasonably relate to the mitigating of the anticipated detrimental effects of the proposed use. That's the law that you're supposed to follow.
Mr. Stokes, would you mind addressing us? We'll give you, you said 3 minutes?
Oh, it's more than 3 minutes, but like I said, I think it's going to be on behalf of most of the people here, so I think we're not going to have to hear from too much more public comment, if that's okay.
Well, we haven't decided on public comment yet.
Okay.
So, point of order, Mr. Chairman, our time is about over here, as stipulated, so we're gonna need to extend the meeting.
9 o'clock.
So I would make a motion that we extend the meeting up to 9 p.m.
I would accept the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Thanks for the point of order.
Yeah. We take a vote on that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
So then I would make a motion that we open the discussion up to public comment for up to
30 minutes?
I think we
Put a time limit on that one.
We generally hear from the applicant first. So for 5 minutes and then up to 30 minutes total comment time.
I would accept that motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Is the applicant here tonight? Do you mind addressing us?
My name is Nate Whitaker. I'm the applicant. I'm also the ER physician previously referenced. I did try to annex this property into Smithfield City about a year ago. And the reasons that they gave me, there were concerns of fire, which can be mitigated. There were concerns of water pressure, which since that meeting, their civil engineer gave a report that there was adequate water pressure right to the corner of my property that would provide enough pressure for an entire 40 parcel development. They also emphasized that they would prefer to fill in the open space within city limits before they annexed me in. And another reason that they mentioned was 30 years ago, the city council and the mayor decided to come up with an arbitrary border to prevent further development east. And they identified that as the power lines. I asked specifically, is that in the city code? And they said no, it's just tradition, what we'd like to do. And so I was voted down 4-1. And don't anticipate in the future them readily letting me annex in the future. I have read all of the concerns by the residents that have been made available to me, and I take them seriously. I know many of these individuals. I work with some of these individuals. I've taken care of some of these individuals and their family members. And I take their concerns seriously, and I'm sensitive to that, and will continue to be sensitive to that. One of the things that I would recommend is the county code does not provide, in the definition of campground, a camp host to stay longer than 30 days. And so I've had to figure out what are other ways that I can manage the campground, and it's basically off-site. A lot of their concerns can be mitigated by having an addendum to that definition in the code that would allow a camp host to stay longer than 30 days. And so a lot of these concerns that they have of not having a 24/7 present management could be addressed, whether that's the noise, fire concerns, misbehavior. And so that's a recommendation that I would make, is to consider changing that code definition. In regards to the fire concerns, I did have some additional insight to give there. Historically, Cache County has contracted with Smithfield City to respond to fires up there. For instance, a year or two ago, there was a fire from the firearm range that was started by gunfire, not a campfire. And it was Smithfield City that responded to that, because Cache County contracted with them. I do have a well that I've dug. Its pressure is 24 gallons per minute. I can store water to address the fire concern as well. And so you can recommend a condition if you wanted to for a certain amount of water storage or supply to help address the fire concern. I've proven that I can access water with that well. If I need to, I can drill another well to address the fire concerns. There is utilities all the way up to that north west corner of my property. And so I don't know if Smithfield plans on putting in another hydrant, closer than that one that was 600 and so feet away. But there are plans to continue to develop homes all the way up to that corner. And so I suspect that Smithfield may consider putting another well there, but I'm not for certain. I have reviewed all the staff notes and their recommendations, and I'm agreeable to them. I also agree to follow the conditions and any others that you want to suggest and recommend or impose. Do you have any questions for me? Yeah.
How come you didn't consider putting sewer dumps in there for the trailers? Seems kind of awkward if they gotta pull their trailer up and go somewhere and find a dump place.
Right. And
the traffic on those roads are not super highways, they're residential streets, and that's just gonna cause more traffic up and down those streets.
Yeah. And Matt,
One more, or you can answer that one, and I'll ask you the other question. Go ahead.
I was going to say, many of the residents are concerned about the length of stay there. And if I'm providing sewer dump, that just encourages people to stay longer. The sewer, I'm not 100% sure on this, but the need to dump is not daily. It may be a week or 2 weeks, just depends on the usage. Part of that concern is cost, but if you were to suggest a conditional use that I provide for sewer, I can do that, but there's also availability for a sewer truck to come on site and take care of the sewage that way.
And have you considered putting a building in with showers and stuff in them?
I haven't, but I'm open to that.
Any other questions?
I have a question about you, and you had mentioned, I'd already had in my notes here about a water storage, water holding tank. I know a few facilities over in Box Elder County where that was, but I don't know the volume that would be needed for this kind of a thing. Obviously, the fire marshal's already said, well, if you've got green space out there, we're kind of good with that. But to actually have a holding tank that you knew you had, 10,000 gallons available constantly for fire.
Yeah.
But you're agreeable to something like that.
I am. And the other thing to consider is that I know that, what the campers would have available in their campers is that's going to vary, and that's going to be ill-defined, but that's also an additional source to help put out fire.
Did you have a proposal for your roads? Were you gonna try and do solid roads or gravel or?
Yeah, my initial thought was gravel road. I don't want a bunch of dust flying around up there either. The campers aren't going to want a bunch of dust flying around up there. And so I would help prevent that. Whether if gravel is adequate, then that's great. But again, if necessary, if required, asphalt, then I'd be willing to do that.
The daily trips is the problem.
Daily trips on the roads within the campground?
Well, to it, the county can control, but the amount of usage that you potentially could have in there, I just don't see any other way to mitigate dust and stuff. But I just was curious what your thoughts were.
Yeah. Initially I was going to do gravel. If it was just dirt, then certainly there would be a lot of dust kicking up. But again, I'm interested in providing an environment that people want to camp in. They're not going to want dust kicked up everywhere, and so I would help prevent that.
That's all questions I have.
Okay. Any other question? Thank you.
Thank you.
Would now like to hear from Mr. Stokes.
Scoot that up a little.
Thanks for your patience.
No problem. Sorry for being antsy. Chair Spackman and esteemed members of the commission, my name is Ted Stokes. By way of background, I've lived in Smithfield almost my entire life, with the exception of attending law school and working for a firm in Phoenix, Arizona. My home is located a few hundred feet from this proposed conditional use permit. I read with interest the letter from the Development Services Department and the comments from Mr. Luthi that the commission has little discretion. While that is true, the discretion is limited to you being the finder of fact as to whether this conditional use permit satisfies the law. So your discretion is actually important and large as to the very specific issue as whether it satisfies the law. The letter, and no offense, Mr. Luthi, me and you have argued in the past, but the attempt to limit what you guys can do is bothering me. You guys have the power and the authority today to say that these conditions are not met and mitigated or eliminated, and therefore you can deny it. The law governing conditional use permits is pretty simple. If the detrimental impacts of the conditional use permit are eliminated or reasonably mitigated, then the conditional use permit should be approved. If not, it should be denied. District courts will only overrule conditional use permit decisions if they find that the commission's decision is arbitrary or capricious and was not based on substantial evidence. Courts have uniformly determined that the standard of substantial evidence means that there is enough evidence that a reasonable mind would support the commission's decision. The state of Utah has issued 26 district court advisory opinions on conditional use permits that the state deems in full compliance with the law, and you can see this at the state website. All 26 of those district court advisory opinions upheld decisions by municipalities and counties as long as the commission, and this is key, the commission's decision was based on careful consideration of substantial evidence. With that standard in mind, all we ask of you this evening is for your careful consideration of the facts and the evidence that we believe will lead your reasonable minds to deny this conditional use permit. Fact number one, the conditional use permit is not consistent with the county's general plan. Indeed, there are no like conditional use permits in all of the county. There are no campsites that border or are substantially located in or around a residential neighborhood. The county's general plan contemplates recreation, but not at the expense of bordering cities and neighborhoods. I found it interesting that the application and staff reports seem to suggest that this parcel is wholly surrounded by agricultural land. While that is currently true as to the immediate borders of the parcel, there are homes and proposed homes to be built less than 50 feet away from this proposal. Fact number two, the conditional use permit is a substantial fire hazard that has not been eliminated and cannot be reasonably mitigated. I have studied the application, the staff report, and I am aware that the Cache County Fire Marshal has given recommendations on how to minimize the fire risk. I have also spoken to Ricky Cooper, a resident of Cache Valley who many of you know, and who is also the Weber County Fire Marshal. Fire Marshal Cooper agrees with the mitigating recommendations of the Cache County Fire Marshal. However, Fire Marshal Cooper stated 3 concerns that are not confronted by the application or the staff report. First, the lack of 24-hour supervision. Fire Marshal Cooper stated that a webcam will do little to stop a fire. Second, the conditional use permit will cause a significant increase in UTV and ATV usage up and down Dry Canyon that could spark a fire on a dirt road surrounded by brush and trees. And third and most worrisome to Fire Marshal Cooper is that due to the lack of recreation in the area and the fact that Dry Canyon only permits vehicles about 3/4 of a mile up the canyon, the main source of recreation for 300 to 1,000 campground occupants will be to frequent the gun range to the east of the campground. Fire Marshal Cooper said that this drastic increase of gun range usage will cause a large fire hazard. Dry Canyon's gun range, that is currently frequented only on weekends and on occasional evenings, will now have full usage every day for 9 months a year. We heard earlier that the previous forest fire that happened was caused by that very gun range. Now we're going to multiply the usage of that gun range by probably 100. In other words, in the words of Fire Marshal Cooper, the drastic increase of gun range usage will cause a fire. It's only a matter of time. The third fact and reason this should be denied. The odor and smoke is a detrimental impact and has not and cannot be eliminated nor reasonably mitigated. Campfire smoke from 65 campgrounds in this small of an area will cause a cloud of smoke that will emanate to the surrounding residential properties. The surrounding properties will constantly be dealing with odor and air quality issues. Furthermore, the cloud of smoke this will create will be a visual eyesore of the mountains. The fourth reason, the noise impact that 65 campsites, 207 vehicles, and between 300 and 1,000 people will create for surrounding residential neighborhoods is not eliminated and cannot be reasonably mitigated. There are only 2 mitigations that the application proposes to regulate noise: no gas generators and quiet time from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. While the gesture is appreciated, the application fails to consider the pure natural noise that will come from that much congestion in a single area from wood chopping, fires, voices, vehicles, traffic, games, and of course the massive increase at the gun range. Number 5, The massive traffic and density increase this conditional use permit will cause is not eliminated nor reasonably mitigated. The application and staff report underestimate the traffic detriment. The staff report states that 65 campsites will produce 3.1 daily trips per campsite, or over 205 daily trips for the entire campground. While this amount of additional traffic by itself in a small residential neighborhood should be enough for this council to deny the conditional use permit, these estimated averages used by the application staff report are admittedly taken from a vacation home average. If you read the staff report, they get this number from comparing it to a vacation home average. When staying at a vacation home, occupants typically do, well, let me back up. There's a difference between vacation homes and campgrounds. And when staying at a vacation home, I think everyone pretty much knows who's done it. You go to that vacation home and one of your goals is to recreate in the area. Maybe stay in Anaheim at a vacation home and go to Disneyland. You leave that day and you come back. You run to the grocery store and you come back. Or the vacation home is so nice that you stay and you play at the pool or do things at the vacation home. A campsite is much different. Very few campers hunker down next to their RVs all day long without exploring the surroundings. That will not accommodate the desire. I was going to say the campground does have a few amenities, some pickleball and some grass and some other things, but that will not, where was I? While there will be few amenities in the campsite, it will not accommodate the desire of 300 to 1,000 occupants to recreate and explore the surrounding area. The traffic in and out of the campsite will be constant all day long for many, if not all, the occupants. There will be UTVs, ATVs, cars, guest cars, trucks, and RVs up and down 300 South all day long. Residential 300 South is not meant to accommodate the traffic associated with this massive outdoor hotel. Indeed, 300 South is a small two-lane road with an elementary school that has no bus system. This is important for me and my 3 girls that walk to elementary. Indeed, 300 South, which means that children walk to and from school every single day on that road. And you're going to tell me that we're going to send 65 RVs up and down this road all the time. And this is key too. The RVs have to stay hooked up to their pulling vehicle. So people pretty much have to bring a second vehicle to occupy the camp if they want to leave without the RV. So you're almost guaranteed the maximum amount of traffic with this proposal. Indeed, keep in mind that the applicant proposes 65 RVs, 65 towing vehicles, 65 additional vehicles, and 12 parking spots for guests and overflow onto residential streets and additional cars and guests. Furthermore, as was already mentioned, the campground will have no sewage dumping facilities for the occupants, meaning that campers will have to leave the campground as much as is required to find dumping facilities throughout the valley. Number 6, the estimated increase in crime is not eliminated and cannot be reasonably mitigated. Every year since 2006, the U.S. Forest Service has reported an increase of crime rate substantially in RV parks and campgrounds. The U.S. Forest Service is so concerned about RV campground crime that they have a whole website dedicated on how not to become a victim in one of these RV campsites and campgrounds. Surely we have all seen the news this year regarding many stories of homicide victims at campsites throughout the country and in our own very state. The applicant proposes a webcam and a limit of 30 days per occupant per season as mitigating conditions to the crime. These mitigating conditions will do little to relieve Smithfield City Police Department and surrounding departments from dealing with regular crime issues. It is well known that campgrounds such as these promote alcohol, drug use, and intoxication, which are all precursors to both petty and violent crimes. This type of anticipated increase in criminal activity near a small residential neighborhood would be unprecedented. Number 7, the detriment to the scenic beauty has not been eliminated and cannot be reasonably mitigated. The application proposes a single mitigating condition to resolve the detriment to the scenic beauty, and it is to plant trees so as to block the campfires, smoke, occupants, dust, and RVs. However, merely planting trees will fail to eliminate or reasonably mitigate the detriment. Additionally, trees take decades to grow to a size that they become a visual barrier, let alone high-rising smoke, campfires, dust, and massive RVs. Esteemed Commission, in short, the detrimental impacts of this conditional use permit to traffic, crime, odor, light, smoke, dust, noise, fire hazard, and scenic beauty have not been eliminated and have not been reasonably mitigated by the proposed conditions, as is required by the law. Therefore, with the utmost respect, the citizens of Smithfield request that this esteemed commission exercise its authority and its careful consideration and weigh the substantial evidence that should lead reasonable minds to deny this application. Thank you.
Mr. Stokes, thank you.
The meeting.
Thank you. After that, do the commissioners have any questions for Mr. Stokes? How many, on your list, how many people are you representing?
I think there's 16 pages of petitioners, and there's multiple group me lines of hundreds and hundreds of Smithfield citizens who have been very worried about this. And no offense to, Cache County Attorney Luthi, I have become quite the expert on conditional use permits over the last 60 days, and hundreds of hours of research can tell you what you need to know. And you guys do have the authority to deny this if the conditions or if the detrimental impacts have not been reasonably mitigated or eliminated. And I don't think they've been reasonably mitigated.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that was for the record.
I just want to respond that Mr. Stokes and I agree on that law. And I have not commented on whether the conditions reasonably mitigate. We agree that if the conditions cannot, if there are not conditions that can substantially mitigate, then you ought to deny it. We're in agreement on the law.
Thank you.
I have not commented on whether the conditions.
Thank you. With that, is there any other comment in addition to what hasn't already been said by Mr. Stokes for, or Mr. Whitaker, for or against the proposal?
I think everybody in here, most people in here will stand up and be against it.
Well, no, what I'm saying,
I'm not saying he necessarily represents me, but he represents my feelings.
What I'm asking, is there anybody that has anything that Mr. Stokes hasn't said that you would like to add? If he's already said it, it's been said. So if you have, each one of you will give you 3 minutes. We'll give you 3 minutes, yes. We'll give you 3 minutes. Please.
10 minutes left in the public comment.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Black. I live at 266 South, 1150 East in Smithfield. I would just like to add a few details actually to one of the points that Mr. Stokes made, which is the traffic impact on 300 South to Sunrise Elementary. We have about 800 students that go to our school. I've been teaching all day, sorry. So with those 800 students, not one of them is bused. I can't give you an exact number as far as cars versus walking. But in the 6 months that this campground would impact the elementary school, that is the highest time that students are walking. And Mr. Wall, Curtis, on the city council will also confirm that we, about 2-3 years ago, had to do some major improvements to sidewalk conditions and other traffic issues that have definitely helped our school. But if you start counting 65 trucks, trailers through all parts of the day and all parts of those 6 months, that is a serious, serious concern to the elementary school and our students that are walking back and forth. And I just think those are some numbers and some details that should be brought and considered. There's no way to reasonably mitigate. You can't close 300 South to this traffic. You can't ask them to go around. It is directly impacting 800 small children, and that's worth considering.
Thank you.
I just have a couple of questions. Sorry. Sue-Ann Matthews, 160 South Creekside Drive in Smithfield, just below this. That entrance, he said that he needs to have okay from the 2 lines, 2 occupants around it. Do you have that?
Please address us. Yeah, we'll let him. We can ask him that question. He'll have time to answer any of those questions. We'll give him time at the end.
Okay, I was just curious because if he doesn't have access to it yet, shouldn't he have access to it before you guys vote on it?
one
and
of the
okay it.
conditions.
It also has, easement through it that hasn't been taken care of yet.
It's there. It's one of the conditions.
Okay, so you're gonna say, okay, and then he has to meet these conditions. He's already said that he also agrees there needs to be someone on site, but it doesn't, I don't know the law. Clearly, I'm not a lawyer, but he said that by law, you can't have someone there 30 days to watch over it.
Our
By
ordinance
definition.
does not allow it.
Doesn't allow it. And he agrees himself that the only way that it would be taken care of, his list, long list, and thank you for looking over it, but your long list of things that you're going to require, if you don't have anyone on site, it won't be done. I have a BRVO and everyone around us does. If you have a home without someone in it, if people come in, they don't care what the rules are for the city or the county or whatever. If there's someone on site, you have a better shot of it. Anyway.
Something to
thanks.
consider. Thank you.
Darrell Benson from Smithfield. I started at Camp Park in Moab, Utah, back in the 90s. And we had to go through this process. And they made a condition for us that we had to live to. One of them was we had to have our own leach field. There's 3 dump stations in Cache Valley. And I don't think every one of them businesses want stuff from the hill. Another thing, we had to supply city water. So we was outside the city limits by maybe 100 feet. We still had to install a 6-inch water line. And I can guarantee you, a 6-inch water line carries a whole lot more than 24 gallons a minute. I lived on the mountain at Moab. My well for 5 residents were 25 gallons a minute, and we had 35 gallons of storage, and we seen it go empty with 5 people. So with that many residents, you can guarantee it's going to go empty. 30 days, the gentleman was saying they could dump maybe once, every 2 weeks. If you look at a normal RV, maybe 4 days with the gray water and stuff, he's got a dump. The speed limit up and down 3rd South is 25 miles an hour. Up and down 6th South is 35 miles an hour. You get one of them large RVs and try to hold her back. This is something you make your conditional uses, you make them where they have to live now, not down the road. Make sure that them things are in place and you have one thing at a time, okay?
I think how much time do we have left?
No. But we should have the applicant respond.
Okay. I'd like to hear,
Do we not have time for one more?
We've
I have
just-
some just important questions. I can be like 30 seconds. There's just a couple
okay,
things I
we'll
feel
give you
like
30,
should answer.
yeah, we'll give you.
Okay. I feel like it'd be important. My name is Katie Hanks. I also live in Smithfield, 994 East, 270 South, along this line where my kids bike and walk to school daily. I don't think a few things were addressed, and that is the potential for digging another well. Is that even allowed? I don't think that question was ever answered of how much that water will actually supply. Is that water enough to actually put out a fire? The question was also not answered. Who is going to be responsible for that? Who are we going to call? When there are problems, like we've already had enough trouble with the police helping us with issues as it is, personally. I've dealt with that on my own. We don't have enough manpower to solve the problems that will be there. We just don't. And who will fix those problems? Who do we call? Who, as residents, do we call? We have no options. We cannot, this is county, and Smithfield Police Department, we're too busy. Who do we call? I think those are serious concerns that need to be addressed. There's the traffic issues. Absolutely, they will not be going 25 miles an hour down that road. Absolutely not. And who do we call to get help? Is there even a way to dig another well? Because I think getting permission for that well was a pain as it was. I don't think it's sufficient. Like, those things really need to be answered, and I would appreciate if they would be answered now of what those plans are. It seems to me that there is not enough research that has been done to actually make this even doable. Where we could look into that, we could maybe do this. Yeah, that might be an option. No, we need options now, and none of these have been resolved. Thank you.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yeah, thank you. So, a couple things. The current plan is for around 40 sites. If I determined that this idea was working and this concept was paying off, then I would expand from 12 to then 40. The reason I didn't jump to 65 in the site plan is because it would require a lot of groundwork, dirt work, and so it's 40 right now. There were a lot of assumptions made. 1,000 people on the campsite, in the campground, that's 15 people per of the 65 sites. I would hope, that would be incredible if it was that successful. That'd be awesome. But that's right.
How many guests came?
Right.
I gotta take my whole family, my
Sure.
extended family, and everybody else.
Can I clarify that, give him the chance to comment to the commission, please?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry, I made the mistake. I'll focus on you guys. But a lot of assumptions about people bringing weapons and the gun range having increased use. A lot of assumptions about the number of ATVs, and I don't blame them. You know, everybody's going to think the worst possible situation. What I envisioned was, people coming for family reunions to Cache Valley. There's not enough room to accommodate everybody in their homes, and so they stay up in Smithfield Dry Canyon. There are nurses that I work with who are out of town, and because of the hospital's decisions, we are short-staffed with nurses, and so they come from Boise and stay in a campground to live while they're filling shifts in the hospital. I own student housing, and during the summer, there were contractors that would come in to do work jobs for the season or for a month. And so my vision was accommodating the housing need, the temporary housing need that Cache Valley has. It wasn't to bring in, a bunch of rowdy, drunk pedophiles. It was to bring in professionals and family members of those of the folks in Cache Valley. There is already a historical precedence of large vehicles coming up and down 300 South. There's the gravel pit there. There's been lots of big trucks coming up and down that for years and years. There's lots of construction that's still ongoing with big trucks coming and going that are far less heavy than the RVs. I don't believe the school goes through the summer month that they're referring to. I don't think it's a year-long school, but I anticipate that the busiest times for this campground are going to be during the summer months. Yes, there will be overlap of campers during some of the school season, but I anticipate it won't be as busy. As far as police, those who would respond to issues in the campground would be the county. If there's crimes that occur outside of the campground in Smithfield City, then Smithfield City Police would respond to that. There wouldn't be as much of a delay as having the county sheriff help protect the Smithfield residents. I didn't have any issues with the well. They are stacked up quite a bit, and so it takes like 6 months to get approved, but I didn't have any issues with the well. I don't anticipate any issues there. Any other questions that you have for me based off of their comments or anything else?
Any questions or comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd accept a motion to close the public comment.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. So where does that leave us, commissioners?
Well, I have, that is concerning to me, and that is, we have no provision actually for requiring a holding tank, storage holding tank. I don't know how big that should be, but in my mind, there should be some type of a water holding tank. If power outage in Smithfield, certainly everybody loses water for a little while, but in a fire situation, I think that where they're at and that fire situation, I would like to see a condition in there that had something to do with the water holding tank storage facility. And whether that is potable water and is used continually and then refurbished by the well, or whether it's just for water, just storage for fire prevention. Facilities I can think of over in other areas, why it was totally for fire prevention. That water was held there year-round for fire prevention, which then takes in, is it underground because it's going to freeze in the winter if it's above ground and just a holding tank. If it's not being continually used, then, so that's a provision that I was thinking about. The camp host idea, if it needs to be an ordinance change in order to have a 24-hour on-site deal, then that would something that would have to be done prior to us approving this anyway. But I think that's, with the discussion that's been given, that's a pretty important aspect, is to have a 24-hour on-site person, and that would have to be an ordinance change and couldn't necessarily be accomplished tonight. Those are the two things that I brought out of this.
Well, I have to agree with the fire tank. There was up in Avon, there was a small subdivision put in with 8 homes, and he was required to put a water tank up on a hill and keep it full, but he's buried, so it doesn't have the potable water in it, but he can use potable water or canal water to keep that tank full, but it's buried in the ground, and there's fire hydrants down by the homes to take care of any fire dangers, so I think that would be a good addition, be a good idea.
Okay. Any other comments? Condition 16, I'm still trying to get, well, item number 16, the impact and mitigation. I'm still trying to get, the proximity of where this is going in doesn't fit the surrounding, that's where it puts us all at odds with each other tonight. It's different than what is around there now, so we're looking at all the impacts that would possibly come up. Additional light, dust, noise, smoke. Some of those have been, smokes, you could argue that the smoke is, building houses there, people could have campfire smokers in their backyard. I'm just looking at some of these. You feel that we've, it says potentially impact substantially mitigated. Do you feel we've mitigated these substantially? That's the thing that I'm going by.
I don't see how we can get away without doing asphalt or requiring a permanent surface on the roads if we proceed with it, because even if you have gravel, it's gonna get you're gonna have dust unless they're constantly watering it. I just don't see any way around it.
And gravel wouldn't work over winter time either, so. Couldn't plow it or anything.
Well, it's closed during the
So a
winter.
hard surface would be ideal.
Okay.
And I brought the fence earlier, but I thought more about that too, and I was reading about pets. I just feel that, I don't know, I'm open to you guys' thoughts, but I would encourage us to at least consider a fence. It's gonna keep people in, or help keep pets, kids, whatever else in, contained more to that area, but I feel it would alleviate some stress, and if there was garbage or whatever, not saying there's gonna be, but if there was to be, it would maintain it to that area too.
1400 East, that's the dirt road that runs over the SV.
I get a lot of these complaints. I think as far as like the smoke and the fire, I don't think it's any more than you would have in a neighborhood with people having kids in their room. Same thing on the traffic. I think there's gonna be less. I acknowledge the RVs are bigger, but I don't think there's gonna be more trips than if you had what would be allowed, which would be on that 20 acres, you could easily have 40 homes in that area. You could I think the traffic would be more frequent with 40 homes than with RVs, because I think they do tend to stay. But that's my.
I agree with you on that.
Okay. So yeah, you're right. It's not a very compelling argument, because if you look around there and you see all the undeveloped land in Smithfield adjacent to this property, as soon as it all is developed to quarter-acre lots like the rest of it there's going to be thousands of more people and traffic on that road. So it's hard to see how a campground is going to substantially change the traffic volumes when and if the rest of the land around there is developed. It's hard to see that it's much of a contributory factor.
And as far as the water, that's one of the conditions. If he can't get enough water, then he won't have the conditional use permit. I mean, that's what these conditions do, is they say you have to meet all of these things. And if he goes through and he can meet 19 of the 20, but he can't meet all 20, then he doesn't have it. Whatever that condition may be.
Then what do you feel about a water tank?
I like that one.
Yeah, I think on other conditional use projects that I can recall that have been in remote areas of the county, we've had stipulations for on-site, water supply. Sound right to you?
That does sound right to me.
Yeah. So that seems like a reasonable condition.
But I'm still concerned about the trailers not having hookups so they can dispose of their sewage on site.
Yeah, it'd be nice to,
I mean, 90% of the campgrounds you go
Sure.
to have them.
yeah, it sounds like the sewer's, right there to the property. There may be a reason why they can't connect to it, but it seems like it
You
would
think
be
the city would
fairly
allow them to hook in?
straightforward.
Well, I'm sure Smithfield City wouldn't allow him to connect, so you'd almost have
What
to do
about-
a group septic.
That's the problem.
Right.
It'd have to be a
what about
separate,
putting a tank like
So-
a storage tank.
pumping it?
His mitigation is to have a truck come
Pump
once or
tank.
twice a week and
Yeah.
provide that
So
service to whoever's there.
another condition would be to require some sort of on-site sewage disposal option. I mean, if there is an option to connect into the city, great, but if not, then there may be another engineering solution for self-contained,
Like,
on-site.
okay, if it's a truck that comes twice a week or no?
Right, some sort
On
of
demand, you
vault
couldn't really
system
determine
or-
it until you.
Yeah, but if that is a condition of an on-site dumping facility, then it's, up to when it's full, you dump it, or you come and have it pumped. But whether we stipulate that has to be every 2 weeks, certain times of the year, that's probably not practical, depending on the size of the holding
You don't
facility.
know first, you don't know how big it's, I don't know if the health department could or would be involved with
Well,
something.
that would have to be, that's probably before you gave that condition, you would have to know what the health department would say about it, but I don't think that that would, if you put in a holding tank.
Yeah, was that in here, the Bear River Health Department?
I don't even know.
Was there a study? Was there a study done by, was the Bear River Health Department involved at all in this? Would there be a?
Because they weren't proposing to dispose of waste on their property, there's not a review that would have been required.
Okay.
I've been keeping track of the comments you've made. I've made note of 5 conditions you could add to what you've proposed that would pursue maybe or not a recommendation, but a decision for approval with conditions. As staff, I would highly recommend that you consider, I wouldn't act this evening. I mean, that's up to you, but I would take what's been given as feedback and comment and direction, and that if you act to approve it, that you feel very well justified and can substantiate those conditions. It also gives staff time to draft those conditions. Every time I've drafted a condition at the night of the meeting, I have problems with that condition. So I would rather that you lay out what you would like to see as possible conditions of approval that address and reasonably mitigate these impacts, and staff works on those and brings that back. And if you're interested in pursuing reasons for denial, you allow staff time to draft conclusions that would support denial. Either of those are challenging aspects that I wouldn't want to draft tonight.
I don't feel like we can address this tonight. I think there's too much unanswered tonight.
So we can address those questions.
Do we want to address these questions that you would?
Yes, let's go with those 5. What are the conditions you have?
I've got some partially drafted. I can put them up on the screen if that's helpful. Is that all right? Rather than me just read them out? Can you hand me that connection, Tim?
While you're doing that, I had a question for staff. This may be for Tim. Presumably, our current ordinance doesn't stipulate number of sites per size of property or anything like that, right? There's not a particular restriction. It's really whatever can be safely developed on the site is allowed.
Yes, it just states above 3 as a campground.
I have a question. Do we have any kind of rule or traffic guidance of what the average daily trips are or should be around the school?
The school, I don't know that we've studied that, but a county road facility that's recommended, the trips fit comfortably within the capacity range.
Does any ordinance address the type of vehicular traffic? Simple cars versus large RVs, large trucks, anything like that? Because that is completely different.
I think we can address some of those questions about traffic. If the commission still has those questions, that we should address them.
Yep.
My understanding of traffic is that the current road manual is not specific to weight limits, nor is it specific to vehicle type. It is specific to trips. And that's something we can test and bring back to you if that is helpful to address that specific question.
Can sidewalk coverage be considered as part of that assessment? Because everything west of 700 East is missing a sidewalk on the south side. And when you get to 455 East, everything between Main Street and 455 is missing a sidewalk on both north and south sides. So all
That's something the city would have to address. So
There's some questions, and I think that are interesting questions to consider. There is a balance that has to be struck with how much we can impose on the applicant that maybe is not fully their responsibility.
Right.
When I consider how many high school kids drive down both 300 South and 600 South on a daily basis when school is in session, I know it's significant. I drive that road. I'm aware of what traffic is on that road, and it's not been discussed. So if we need to have some more assessment of what kind of traffic exists on that road, we can certainly give a more specific and detailed assessment and then identify what this actual impact is. What we've identified so far is it is not significant based on our current assessment. If we need to add the additional detail, we could certainly look at that and see if it's available. It may not be available. So that's something that we can look at, we can consider, but what we've given you so far is the information that's been available to us. But we can look at it. Again, we have to draw the balance. between what's an appropriate and reasonable level of responsibility for the applicant to bear for a road that's a public road that exists within the city limits and what is not. So I'm just throwing that out there. I'm not asking you to make a decision tonight, but to contemplate those ideas.
In that regard, Chris, I mean, we require traffic impact studies on other type of projects. Is this one of those that could also be identified for traffic impact studies that would answer those kinds of questions, or?
But you know, eventually, if there's more homes built up in there, they will improve the road, I'm sure. Make it
Yeah,
safer.
that's what happened with the homes that have gone up there just recently. That's the growth they're seeing presently, is as that pushes up the east side of the city, those roads are improved. And that's a requirement that the city places on those applicants, typically.
Does the county enforce the speed
What-
limit or is the city? I'm just curious about who enforces that.
That would be a city ordinance.
Well, because
So-
we do, we stand in the road.
I had to wait down.
We stand in the road to stop people.
People don't
Just so
get
you
that.
know what it's like.
When that little boy.
Please.
I'd comment that unless there's evidence before you that RVs aren't obeying speed limits at a different rate than other vehicles, that's all speculative.
There was testimony.
That is very speculative.
There was testimony from an RV campsite owner provided, that is evidence, yes, sir.
So commissioners, are we comfortable
Is there
with
any more
these,
than
or do
one
we
to
want to
add
add
that?
that?
On the
I
first
think
one.
that looks pretty good.
On the
but-
first one,
This is just the idea, so.
no, I'm just saying, going along with that first one, just to get the idea, the county fire, I think they need to do, I think that's a major issue we're all looking at tonight. Is there anything that we can turn back to them and make sure that's addressed, just so we're,
With the fire district, just keep in mind that we don't tell the fire district what to give us.
okay.
We ask them to give us feedback based on their international fire code requirements.
So they weren't concerned,
Correct.
okay.
And so we've had multiple meetings with the fire district folks, and the proposed and identified conditions cover what their concerns are.
Okay.
So what could be imposed here as an additional condition is above and beyond what the fire district would require.
But we could ask them to advise on what would be an appropriate size of on-site storage or
Yes.
whatever to help.
I would recommend that if we're gonna make a recommendation that there is a tank on site, that it needs to be usable, and that it needs to provide a practical use and not just be there because we required it.
So when we bought the fire up the canyon, we used our tender, and we were trying to decide, if it was either 3,000 or 4,000 gallons in that truck, and they used the whole truck to put that fire out, just so you know. It was either 3,000 or 4,000 gallons.
And that fire up the canyon was also fought with the planes. There was multiple agencies responding to that fire, just to be clear. There were multiple responding agencies. So I'm not trying to say that those are not reasonable and considerable risks. The question is if they can be reasonably mitigated. And so that's the question, and that's why we need to draft these conditions to adequately address that. If they can't, then it makes sense that a denial could be pursued, but we would have to draft conclusions that would support a denial. Either way, I'd like more time.
Do you need more input on any of these questions you have up there?
Nice thing, Craig.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it seems like everyone is in favor of having the camp host, like having someone there 24/7, and that's a problem on the county side, right? It's the county code that says you can't have someone there 24 hours a day. Is there a way, if this were approved in a month or two, to put like a sunset clause on it? Or something that, like, if in the meantime we adjust the code, like, we're looking at the airport, these airport discussions have been really difficult too, and so now we're looking at changing the code. So if in the meantime we change the code to where it does allow someone to be there 24 hours, can that somehow go back and apply to this conditional use that was already approved? You know what I mean? How do we get that?
I think so, and short of amending the code, there's another option we have discussed, which is if it's an office on site. So if you were to go to any other recreational facility, there's an office associated with the ski resort. You're gonna rent skis, you're gonna buy tickets, there's an office associated with it. They don't live there, they don't sleep there, but there's an office associated. Now, the distinction with this is it would be 24/7 that's requested, so that would require, if an office is placed on the property, that they have not year-round, but 24/7
Overnight.
staff that doesn't sleep there, but is available to respond to a disturbance, to you name it. And that could be an easy approach, not easy, but a conditioned approach that doesn't require an amendment of the code.
And it could be such that if the code were amended, then that office person could
Replace it.
rather than just be awake there.
Yes. So that's,
Another option would be to continue this and immediately recommend an ordinance to council that would allow
Yeah.
on-site.
Right. Is, on the, so in terms of the number of sites, what's shown to us now is what'll be defined in the conditional use permit. If they want to expand the number of sites, they would have to come back, right, to amend the CUP? Is that right?
so right now, I think it shows through the phases a maximum of 65 sites, is that correct, Tim?
The site plan shows less than 65, but the total amount anticipated that could be added as a maximum would be 65. So I think it's 40 is shown in the first two phases on the site plan.
Yeah.
But the area to the south is not shown with those additional 25 units.
But is that part of the current request, is all 65, even though we don't have?
Correct, that they would need to bring an updated site plan if they ever expanded that third phase.
We could also limit the number of sites.
Yes, so you could limit to the amount of water
We could limit to what's been presented.
on the site plan or the
Correct.
total number.
Site plan.
Oh. And just addressing a previous comment of water, there's, if only so much water is available, then the number of sites could be limited to the amount of water available. If that
How do we
was
determine how much, that ratio?
further study and discussion between now and the next meeting.
So the balance you're trying to strike is the property owner has a right, and the code supports that right, that he's conditionally permitted to do this use. So as we assign conditions, we can't over-assign and overburden the property owner when they're already acting in and under the requirements of the code. So we just have to be clear that we're following our code and assigning conditions that are justifiable and reasonable. They can't just be something we think we should do. They have to be reasonable and justifiable, or we fall onto the other side of that argument that we're being too burdensome on the applicant rather than not burdensome enough.
So like on the water storage tank, if they can get a connection to Smithfield City water and water pressure, then maybe they can mitigate without a storage site, but put a hydrant on the site.
Yeah, what is the actual impact that we're addressing? We
Yeah.
can't just throw conditions at it.
Yeah, there's more than one way to address some of these conditions.
The code language there is that the conditions have to reasonably relate to mitigating the anticipated.
Thank you.
Matter of clarification, Smithfield City will never allow hookups to water or sewer to land outside the city.
Good to know.
Another matter of clarification.
I was gonna say.
That's just not
Okay.
a statement.
If the conditions are too burdensome because they can't be mitigated, that means that it cannot be eliminated.
Is the commission needing additional input from the audience, or where are you at in your?
I think we're at a point where we're ready for a motion.
I'd make a motion that we table this, or that we continue up to 90 days, the Hollow Ridge RV Campground CUP.
I'll second that.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
With direction for staff I've listed a number of things here. What else would you like to see specific to staff's consideration of additional conditions or research?
The only question I thought of after the fact was, how are you gonna monitor that 30-day deal? Is that tied to the trailer? Or is that tied to the individual, or tied to the unit? Or is that tied to an individual? So if I take a unit up there and I stay in it 30 days, could then Chris go up and stay in it 30 days? Is it the unit or is it me?
That's a great question. I think that should be clarified. Because what would your intent be? Would your intent be to limit the person or to limit the vehicle?
I don't know. But it's something we need to clarify or it'll be a question.
If we don't limit the vehicle, then they become skirting and they become more permanent, do they
I
not?
would expect it would apply to the person because of the word transient. Typically does not refer to a vehicle. It would typically refer to a person. So if a person is on the site for 30 or more days, that would, if they were on the site more than 30 days, that would then mean that they've been there too long.
But if the vehicle stays there more than 30 days, haven't I just created a mobile hotel?
Potentially, yeah.
Hey, I bet an Airbnb, park your deal up there. Never mind.
So motion carried. What was that, Chris?
We can clarify that to stipulate if it's specific to the person or to the vehicle or both or whatever it is.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're good with that list.
We're not taking that.
You're asking, you're saying, well, there's gonna be more neighborhoods. That's completely different traffic. Cars and residential traffic is different than, how many of you have driven a truck with a trailer? You cannot stop as fast as you can when you're in a residential vehicle. If a kid runs out on that road, that trailer and truck is not gonna be able to stop as fast as a
understand.
non-residential.
People go on the gun range.
We understand the risk, that's what,
I
yeah.
want to clarify that,
Yeah.
as you're comparing it to neighborhood traffic.
I'd like to make a motion that we extend the meeting.
Okay.
Unless we're gonna pass Hollow.
We have a motion already and second in front of the.
Motion, we voted, did we? We have a motion, we have a second, all in favor of continuing
Oh, we gotta do that.
for 90 days? For 90 days. All in favor?
90 days.
Aye. Motion carries.
Okay, now I make, yeah, we got 2 minutes left. I make the motion that we extend for 30 minutes to take the next item.
I have a second.
Second?
Yes, all in favor? Aye.
Yeah.
Any opposed?
Do it again if not.
I think it's his son, but
We're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Pause for station identification.
I didn't realize my RV driving drunk was a drug addict thief.
We learned a lot about. Hey, you know, with this RV thing, we talked about that, what he's, we have this problem with. Businesses need to take care of. Yeah. So if a guy goes up there and says, I'll rent all 6 of them, I'm gonna bring my own RV.
Containers.
And all I'm gonna do is trade out people.
That's what they're talking about.
There's a need for the housing. There really is.
I can see where this place would fill up and stay full.
Oh, yeah.
And have an
It's
ordinance.
gonna be well.
Is the intent to help address the housing shortage?
Like that.
Good luck.
It's a dead end. I don't know if you've been up there.
So if you go to the north side.
I'm gonna check out.
And that's west.
That would be their primary access, down Third or Sixth.
But not that section of Third.
What's that?
It used to be Natalie's neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah, housing and house.
Like your
But it's funny.
Yeah, no doubt.
There's all like, what?
Yeah, yeah. Right? It's fun where we live. Do you know where we moved to? Right, we're right there, yeah. Yeah, it's been fun, yeah. The kids love it. They love it a lot more than I do. Yeah, it's been used. Yeah.
It's kind of nice to see though. It ain't gonna change the next meeting.
I have to. If you have well comments.
It's another way we set it up. There's one of our names.
That's what I was saying. It doesn't, that's what I kept saying. It doesn't.
Any questions like that, we're happy to discuss.
The way it's presented to me, it doesn't approve slip pasture.
So, I don't know if Charles Paul just recommend that it be denied. That's probably what.
Time for some M&Ms.
But we've already approved, there's going to be a lot of changes in the valley, huh?
That's small.
Yeah.
I'm afraid in the rush last week, I didn't have it as clear as point.
It'll be worn right out.
Assuming that's why the traffic count's off, because
Let John's speak.
It doesn't bother me.
that's on me for not having it really clear. Oh my gosh, that was a crazy day. It's funny because the perception.
Not gonna be here for the room. I would recommend that you put on this whole thing.
Same then. We're going to take another minute, we'll go to the bathroom, otherwise let's call it to order and get this thing done.
Next session, I'm gonna eat my feelings.
I'm going to say we'll take a break down.
Andy,
I don't know, why can't we just deny it without proposing?
And it was probably would have been.
As proposed, it doesn't fit the criteria, so as proposed.
I don't know, John was pretty,
Oh, yeah, you bet.
John was pretty fan on that. It had the, hey,
Fire coverage.
hey, I just wanna see you put the hat on, get your coat.
Tax dollars was gonna pay for that.
Didn't want to make your hands right?
That was a long night.
Good job.
Hey,
The one thing.
Is that a hard?
Do recycle.
Yeah, so some different staff members that eat 8 hours.
You involved in him both, there's no question it'd be done quality. And it's, these people say fancy stuff, but at the same time, I mean, it could go either way real fast.
There's still the people, I think there's a way that we can.
Good.
I just find it interesting how these guys are talking about the housing stuff.
Can I say something? I just don't think that fits.
That's what he's telling me.
I don't think it belongs.
Okay, but before he.
That whole place will be trashed until we start bringing all those trailers in. There's not enough room for people to go around and do anything.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Pass the ring.
When I saw him stand up, I was like, oh, his dad will be here somewhere, and then I forgot about it.
It'd be real
I
interesting.
recognized him among the angry residents.
It'd be real interesting to
Nolan
get
Gunno, that's my wife is.
talking to us in the back room. Why was he so adamant to start?
Well, she's got them all connected, except the Mons.
Mon, I was gonna say, where's the Mon?
Well, the Mons as well, that's.
Nice to know. Who was her father?
As soon as you came back in, as soon as we have everybody here.
George Woodrow, Darlene. He moved away.
What are you going to do with all your free time?
I'll find something to do.
Retired back
Oh, really?
to Wellsville. So
Have a good night.
Thanks for allowing us a little break here for last 5 minutes. Would now like to move on to our final item.
Not quite,
Nope. Not back?
not quite. You've got 3 more items.
Oh.
Move to strike 2
What'd you miss?
or 3.
Oh, you mean, we got the Holyoke and then we got 2 more, yeah. Right.
Oh, yeah, we gotta get to that last one. I'm good with that one.
I know, but
I'm more than good with that one.
in your mind.
We move that up first.
When you check out.
That's why I say I need to be.
So, our 9th item is the Holyoke Airport conditional use permit. Thanks for your patience for staying here to the end. Would like to start out by going with the staff report on this.
All right, I'll start initially just giving you a heads up. I gave you a staff report. It's a number of pages, lots of attachments. There's some recommendations there, and what you're going to see on the presentation is a significant summary of what that states, and with a specific focus on what the priority of the consideration should be. So as we go through this, keep in mind that there's a lot of detail in the staff report that I am not going to address unless you have specific questions or if it needs to be addressed with the comments from the Holyoke Airport folks. So that's there to support, but I hope as I go through the conditional use permit review, it'll make clear from staff standpoint what the priority is. So as you see on the screen, I'm going to walk you through this, and I'll also make reference to that staff report just in case I need. Let me grab that. So just as a review, I'm going to touch base on the area that they're in. This is just outside of Mendon. It's part of a subdivision. If we zoom in, you can see that, it's also on a private road. It is a county road that goes to it, but a private road that fronts the properties. So there's the property itself. You can see the house on the property. The runway itself is not immediately apparent because it's a grass runway. So what brought this to you is the original conditional use permit that was issued. You added as a commission condition number 8. There was a lot of discussion at that meeting. It was May 2016. And there was a lot of discussion about what those runway protection zones and protection areas and their impact might mean on the other property owners. Keep in mind when this was initially reviewed by the commission, they had anticipated a 1,300-foot length runway, which was essentially property line to property line from north to south. And as that moved forward, it became apparent that it needed to be shortened. Now, this didn't happen until after the commission had reviewed it. It was allowable, it was permissible to do that. It was still within, from our understanding, the requirements of the code and as stipulated in the code. But because of that discussion, condition 8 was added that states if any structures are built within the noted runway areas and zones, and we'll look at those shortly, the Holyoke Airport conditional use permit must be reconsidered by the Cache County Land Use Authority. You are the Cache County Land Use Authority. The Planning Commission, in this case, acts as that authority. So that's why it's back here, is there was a structure built within that runway protection zone to the south. Now this map that's on the screen shows those areas, areas and zones of condition 8. Now what you'll notice on this, and there's a couple of these maps that are floating around that have caused some confusion. When these runway protection zones were first laid out, they reflected the 1,300 linear foot landing runway. This specifically is what was recorded with the permit, and this is the map that applies to the permit for the runway protection zones, runway length, and the other zones and areas that are applicable. So when we talk about it, we're referring to this map, not to the 1,300-foot runway. So as you look at this, you can see those areas laid out. If you look to the south, I'm going to point to it with the cursor. Boy, that's small. It's hard to tell. So you can see this drainage that kind of comes across the south of the property. The cursor is just so small. The home is built just to the south of that drainage, and we'll see that in a second. This is a site plan for that property just to the south, and you can see where that home is located. That home has been constructed. If you look at the approximate location based on that overlay, you can see where that home is located. It's well within that 1,000-foot runway protection zone that extends beyond the end of the runway. This is an aerial image that just kind of is looking to the west. You can see the home in the circle there on the left side. You can see the orange line in approximation of where the runway is located. And then you can see the same thing below from an overhead view.
So how far from the end of the runway is that house? If it's 1,300 feet, is that 800, 900?
I didn't measure that. I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
Factually, I couldn't tell you. Oh, there we go. So when we look at that language from condition 8, I'm going to roll back there just really quick. It states, if structures are built within the noted runway areas and zones, the Holyoke Airport conditional use permit must be reconsidered. So the term reconsidered is interesting and probably not the best choice of language. Again, why I don't like to draft code or conditions on the night that we're making a decision. Not usually the best option.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
What defines structure? Fence or what? Is it gonna be a height or width or what?
Structure means walls and a roof.
Okay.
So when we look at that language, options for reconsideration of the conditional use permit is noted in condition 8, and within existing county processes are as follows. Revocation of the permit, which is currently what you're considering, or amending the permit. And there's not presently an application for amendment that's been submitted to our office. It's an option for reconsideration. The way that staff has looked at this is that language under condition 8 does not give you the authority to do a different path outside of what the council's already determined are the proper procedures. So you don't have the authority to give yourself the ability at the time of revoking a permit to amend those conditions. That's done properly through the conditional use permit process, either as an initial approval or a review or as a amendment. So the comment I've made here below that is there hasn't been that request for an amendment, and when we look at that, when we knew that structure had been built in that runway protection zone, we go out and confirm, we verify that it's there, that there is a structure in place. We did have people try to get a zoning clearance and thought that was enough. It actually has to have and the zoning clearance is just the proposal to do it. It actually has to be built and in place. So once that's there, we go verify it. And then we review the specifics under the code to determine if there are conditions that exist to revoke a permit. And we've identified that grounds do exist in the CUP may be revoked. Now the key language there is may. It isn't must, it is may. It's up to the commission to determine if that's the appropriate action. So the conditions that are stipulated and summarized here that would allow the commission to consider revoking a permit are: 1, the CUP was obtained in a fraudulent manner, or it just takes one of these, not all of them, just one of these, or the CUP use has ceased for a minimum of 12 consecutive months, or the nature of the use has changed, or the intensity of the use has increased beyond the original approval, or the use is a nuisance as defined by the county code, or or more of the conditional use permit conditions have not been met. So as we reviewed each of those, our response to each of those in specifically to number 1 is no, it was not obtained in a fraudulent manner. There's been some discussion on the second one, if the use has ceased for a minimum of 12 consecutive months. We don't have strong enough evidence to make that argument at present. So that's not something that we're saying is of critical nature for your consideration. We've noted it in the staff report, but that's all we've done is noted it in the staff report. Yes?
Can I just ask a question on that? I don't even know what to refer to it as. It's not evidence, but that complaint or that statement has been made, though. Am I correct in that landing strip has not been used in over 12 months?
Yeah, and that's a really good point to make, because I didn't make this point from the beginning. When you're looking at this to revoke a permit, the burden of proof is on you. So if I can't go out and prove that no one's landed there, I can't say that they aren't just because I haven't seen it. So I can't make that argument. The burden of proof is on the county to prove that they're not, or that they haven't landed there. And I'm making an assumption. I'm not trying to speak for council, but if that's off base, I'd love to be corrected.
Chris and I have talked about this, and at this point, the county doesn't have enough evidence to say that.
Carry on. I just was curious of that.
And the county also isn't saying it has been used, just that there's not enough evidence to tell you it hasn't been used.
Correct.
When it was originally approved, it was approved on the condition that it had been worked on though, and that was correct?
Say that again?
When it was originally approved, part of the progress and the use was, it was being worked on to meet,
Yes.
correct?
So the last time that this was discussed, and this has already been discussed, and that's been decided and
Okay.
done.
I'd say that just a little, maybe you were gonna.
I'm about there, sorry, John. I lost track now though, so if you were on,
Number 3.
if you still have your comment in mind, mine went out the window when I turned, sorry.
When this was before you for revocation before, it was on that number 2, hasn't been used in 12 months, and you determined, and staff supported you in that they were working to get FAA approval and that was sufficient to constitute use. Their FAA approval, in talking to Chris, came October a year ago, and so that's where they weren't required to be landing or taking off before October, and the county doesn't have evidence of whether since last October to now, how much of any has been happening. So
Perfect.
the staff is not recommending either way or coming to a conclusion either way on use.
No. On the third condition, that's also a no. Use hasn't changed and the intensity hasn't changed. Number 4, the use is a nuisance, also no. As defined by county council, or by the county code, it's not a nuisance. The 5th item, one or more of the conditional use permit conditions have not been met. Staff has identified that that is the case in this specific instance, that there is support to say that that condition has not been met. We are going to refer to condition 1 of the conditions that were issued under the original permit. That specifies, and I'm going to read it here, that the proponent must meet all applicable standards of the Cache County Code. And so when we look at the Cache County Code specific to 5810 private airport, number 2, it states that a copy of the design criteria as per the current FAA Airport Design Advisory Circular 150/5300-13A, as applicable to the type of aircraft proposed to operate at the site. Said design criteria must be implemented at the site. So that's where we start to talk about the purpose of the runway protection zones and the runway itself. So as we break down why condition 1 has not been met, all the necessary design criteria have not been provided. The second, the existing runway length does not appear to be adequate. Third, a single-family dwelling is an incompatible use in the runway protection zones. So as the FAA identifies the purpose of the runway protection zones, that is to enhance the protection of people and property on the ground, and that buildings or structures are incompatible land uses in the runway protection zone. That leads to, I was brief, I'm surprised compared to what I thought it would be. That leads to staff's conclusion and recommendation is that a condition does exist that justifies a revocation of the conditional use permit. Staff's recommendation is that the commission postpone final action until commission's January or February meeting to allow the Holyoke Airport to provide the required information, for staff to review that information, and to allow the commission additional time to consider the facts associated with the revocation. So what is happened a lot of, well, over the last months behind the scenes is a lot of back and forth discussion with the applicant. And questions, trying to obtain information here so we can address those specific questions and determine if there is additional information beyond what we have that might indicate that the permit does not need to be revoked. At present, we don't see that. I don't see that. In fact, I have more questions than I had initially at the outset of the review when we first brought this up months ago. So what I would recommend is that as they have opportunity tonight to share their comments, concerns, thoughts, questions, that those are able to be addressed by staff and questioned and addressed by the commission, and that they were able to come back in January and perhaps February to make a determination that it's appropriate to revoke the permit. I'm leaving that, that's my report there. We can go into other details if you have questions, but that's my quick, simple summary of what I think may be a best solution for moving the discussion forward.
Mr. Chair, may I ask Chris a question?
Yeah.
Chris, isn't part of your recommendation on continuing it that maybe that with additional information from the CUP holder that they wouldn't necessarily be providing just information to show that current conditions could be met, but that they may then have time to ask for an amendment if that's really what they're after, because my legal advice to the commission is that you can't generate an amendment on your own. The applicant will need to ask for the amendment, and then you decide whether it works. So that would, this continuing it would allow either to show, no, notwithstanding the home, we're still in compliance with FAA circular, or we'd like to file a motion, application to amend the CUP in some way, and then that could be analyzed.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
yes, and what I'd state is that you're in the process of considering revoking the permit. So what I would hope what I would anticipate is before you would act to amend a conditional use permit, you've made a decision about whether you're going to revoke this permit. So if your decision is based on their feedback or their information, you feel as though there's sufficient information to support what they would propose, and that you direct them to then go through the proper process to request an amendment to the conditional use permit, that would be your final decision on if this permit should be revoked. And then you can set up stipulations to say if they don't respond in so many months to get that stuff together, you bring it back and you revoke the permit. You have a lot of latitude in determining how you consider that revocation. An example would be when you looked at, was it Whisper Ridge? Remember how many times we had them come back to report?
Oh, yeah.
On if they were
Every
making
month.
progress on their permit because they were not following fully what they were supposed to. That's similar here. You can pursue that same pattern and make certain that they are acting with intent and with purpose and making progress. And you can lay out those requirements. And that's my understanding. And that if they are going to do that, then you can then make that decision and then address that amendment to the conditional use permit.
That conclude your?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so the discussion point then is,
You back it up one page. Yeah, can we back that up one page?
well, if the applicant has some input on whether or not it's been used in the last 12 months. And we are just barely out of that 12 months, right? That was October?
October.
Yeah, so we're just barely out of that. So that's reasonable in my mind. And then whether or not the new home, I guess FAA requirement then is, it doesn't necessarily say that they have to shut it down. There's plenty of FAA approved airports with houses right off the end of the runway. So that's not an FAA.
I need to clarify something because the FAA has a set of requirements and they don't address land use. They make recommendations for what should happen on the ground, but they don't oversee it. They leave that to the local jurisdiction.
Okay.
Just like we don't determine what they do in the air. That wouldn't work.
Okay.
So the rules that you're applying are the ones that were adopted under the county code. And those rules adopted that circular, and that's what you're applying. Those are FAA recommendations that have been adopted as requirements. So I want to make that clarity of authority.
Currently, this was the FAA recommendation then.
So you might go to another.
The council has taken that recommendation and said under county law, you have to follow the FAA recommendation.
You could go to another city or another county, another country, and they're going to have different rules for where you can put a home under a runway protection zone or something else. They might have specific rules. We're comparing apples and oranges a little bit there. So I understand the idea that it could potentially exist. We see similar stuff with Logan Airport, but even the direction that's given as a recommendation in The circular that's been adopted as the county requirement is you have control of the property within the runway protection zone, which means you own it, or you have considerable right to control what happens in it. So that, yeah, little apples and oranges for some, I think,
Yeah.
from what you've seen.
Okay.
So we'd like to accept the motion or open up the public hearing, or do you guys have any, does the commission have any discussion? Questions?
I think we just want to hear from the applicant first then.
Yeah.
Before you do that, I think you're set to end at 9:30.
Oh, we can't do it in 5 minutes?
You can, yeah.
What's that?
I would anticipate you need at least another half an hour, and then you'll have to make a decision if you want, you'll have to still act to hold your election this evening, but you can continue the discussion to another meeting. I don't know if you want to try to cover it all tonight, or if you do, then you'll need to anticipate probably at least an hour.
That's your bedtime. What do you got?
Well, I'd make a motion, we extend the meeting till 10 p.m. if that's acceptable to the other commissioners.
Okay.
I second that.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, extending the meeting to 10 p.m.?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So we'd now like to now I'd accept the motion to open.
I'll make a motion that we open the public hearing.
No public hearing.
Or not, excuse me.
Public comment.
Public comment, is that appropriate? Public comment.
Is that required, does that require a motion? To open the public
I don't
comment?
think it does.
It doesn't, you can
Okay.
point it out, but we have a motion now, so.
Okay,
I'll
so we have a
second that.
motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're now open for public comment. Is the applicant available to address us?
Would you like to?
Of course. Never turned down.
As I've told other CUP applicants, you don't have to say anything, you don't want to.
Giving them 5 minutes?
Yeah, we're still on 5 minutes and, yeah.
5 minutes?
That's,
I got to tell you that.
It's not feasible.
Specific to a conditional use permit
Okay.
typical process, as a revocation process, I would not limit them to 5 minutes.
Okay,
I would let them express what needs to be expressed from what they've prepared.
thanks for the clarity.
Good.
This stack is bigger than ours.
Okay, the meeting being set to end now.
My name is Joe Chambers, and I represent Rachel and Nathan Holyoke, who are the current CUP holders. And I guess one of the concerns I have is you are acting as an administrative body, but in this regard, you're almost acting as an adjudicative body. And in fairness to us, I looked a little shocked when you said I had 5 minutes to comment, because Chris took more than 5 minutes, and we have a lot to rebut. But let me try and get down to a couple of things. When this airport was granted, it's a landing strip. It's not an airport, it's a landing strip. We had arranged for a pilot to be here this evening who actually owned the home, and before Cache County before Cache County enacted an ordinance governing landing strips, which they call airports, he had used the property to land his plane there. And there's a hangar out there. That's why we went ahead and bought the property. Chris, if you wouldn't mind putting up there those. I actually would like those 4, 5 conditions that you had put back up there.
That's what I think.
So, and we wanted to go over with you the history of the property and how it came about and why the landing strip is there in the first place. Now, I'll tell you, that doesn't have to do with anything with regards to, I mean, we have a potential argument that there's a prior existing non-conforming use on that. But let me just get down to the guts of what I think you're interested in. First off, when we applied, we were asked for the most demanding aircraft, and the runway application was designed for the most demanding aircraft. There are less demanding aircraft. I think the county has conceded that condition number 1 is not met. They're concerned about condition number 2. We have evidence that we can produce that at least once a year, that land use strip has been used by people. It's opened, it's a FAA airport that if you go to the FAA site, it's available to other airplanes to go ahead and land there. So we can go ahead and produce the evidence for you, but we're going to need to have time to have that person, those people come in and do that. Number 3 and number 4 aren't an issue. And then you get down to condition number 5. And as I was going through the report, I have 2 concerns. Number 1, and I mean no disrespect to Chris when I say this, but I had a OBGYN that came into my office and asked me a legal question and proceeded to answer it. And I gave him a timeout and I said, Doc, you need to quit practicing law and just deliver babies and let me practice law. And this is a complicated area. He's telling you in the report that this review does not provide the commission the opportunity to amend the approved and recorded CUP and associated conditions. I've gone through the Cache County ordinances, have not had a chance to talk to the county attorney, but I don't get where that's coming from. And what I've provided to you is a portion of the code. This is from the Cache County ordinances, and I've highlighted it, and it's where any words or phrases not specifically defined in the code is noted. Then you go to the online Merriam-Webster dictionary and pull up that word, and the county says that's the word that you use. And that's by county ordinance. And the word reconsider is set out there. Well, if you reconsider something, you have to have considered it in the first place. And you considered it, issued the CUP. It was challenged in 2019. It was upheld. It went to the Board of Appeals. It was held. And then it was challenged by the county, by Mr. Diger and his clients, and the county was excused from that case. The Holyoaks are still involved in that litigation, by the way. But I don't see where reconsider, when it's part of the permit that you issued, part of which we relied upon. There's a doctrine called estoppel that John is well aware of, that if we were told that was issued upon, that if a building was put in there, that it would be reconsidered. We are able to land and take off on that landing strip with other airplanes other than the most demanding one that the county planning office asked us to deliver. So we're not abandoning the CUP just because the most demanding airplane that it was designed for may have some changes. There are significant other options, and Rachel Holyoke, who's an engineer over at, I'm going to call it Thiokol. I know it's not Thiokol now, but I'll never get Thiokol out of my head, so don't tell me what it is. And is a supervisor of several other engineers. She's far more knowledgeable about this than I am. But we talked about a number of options that you can simply prohibit takeoffs and landings from the south. You can still use it on the north. It's still a viable use. And additional conditions could be added. You could readjust it into a diagonal where that home that's been built, you can relocate the landing strip so that it does not have that runway protection zone issue present. What it comes down to is, and the planning commission or the planning office wants us to provide them with a bunch of statistics on the plane and the temperature and the power to take off and land. And all of those are great for an aircraft as long as it hasn't been modified. The aircraft that my client uses has been upgraded from an engine. And so all those statistics that are in the operator's manual really are not applicable. The bottom line is the FAA says the pilot is responsible to determine on any given day, given the climate, the temperature, the effect of that, he's responsible for calculating, he or she is responsible for calculating what the necessary landing parameters and takeoff are. And so when the planning office wants us to give them all this information, it's very misleading because you know, if you consider revoking the CUP, you're revoking it for the most demanding aircraft that we can simply say, we're not going to use that aircraft at that. And in fact, as I understand it, the aircraft is, that particular aircraft is likely going to be sold due to a COVID incident where another co-owner of the aircraft, and he may no longer be qualified to have a pilot's license on it. One of the concerns I have is once that CUP was recorded, to me it becomes prima facie evidence that all the conditions were met. And the planning office wants to go back now and say, we didn't understand this, and we don't think the condition was met. And with all due respect to them, you know, if this were a design of a house, I'm not qualified to compute loads on walls and floors and ceilings. You give that to a mechanical engineer or a structural engineer, excuse me, and they do those type of calculations. And I don't think the planning office is qualified to run the calculations that are necessary for this. That's why when we gave the information to the planning office to begin with, they agreed that the runway could be lowered from 1,300 to 650 feet. And we can still support that. We think that's accurate. We don't agree that there's been any misinformation provided to the planning office, and that, quite frankly, that all the conditions have been met, with the development that there is now a home on the south that is in a runway protection zone. And before the building permit on that was issued, the owners of that property represented to my client that they were not going to build it as far north, that it was not in the runway protection zone, and somehow it got built there that we have to deal with. With all due respect, I think what you're about to embark on is not simply reading the report and then making a decision on paper. I think you are acting in an adjudicative capacity, and the CUP constitutes, in my opinion, a property interest that the constitutional rights to due process guaranteed by the Fifth Amendment, 14th Amendment of the National Constitution, and Article 1, Section 22 of the state constitution allow us due process before that's revoked. And in order for us to receive adequate due process, which is notice and an opportunity to be heard, we're asking for more time to actually explain away. Rachel prepared a what do you call it, PowerPoint presentation to go over several items, submitted it to the planning office. She put it in a bullet point format and expected to stand up here and then go over it with you, talk about each bullet point. And the planning office has taken that without any explanation, just the bare language, and issued a rebuttal on it to us. And we've never had an opportunity to present it in the first place. If what you're saying is sit down and submit 35 to 50 pages on paper to you, I guess we can do that. But that's not what we understood you wanted. We thought you wanted contemporaneous discussion on these things. And I just don't think it's right for a revocation at this time without giving us an opportunity to present that, including the pilot who had to fly and is coming into the airport, Salt Lake. He lives in Brigham City. He had to take a flight with his company and couldn't be available tonight. But with enough time, we can probably make him available here for any questions. And he's in a position where he can explain to you the nuances of the takeoff and the landing and what's needed in terms of that. He's flying professionally. I don't know who it's with, SkyWest or someone like that. I know that as I've talked to Mr. Dygert, he has a substantial knowledge base, but I don't think he's qualified to do it. I'm an attorney. I'm not qualified to do it. Have I missed anything? We'd ask that you continue it to January, and again, I just don't see where the planning office is coming and saying that when you issue a permit that says that if there's a building built within the RPZ, that it will be reconsidered, and now the planning office is saying you can't do that. That was misleading. We shouldn't have included that, is what I'm hearing. And yet it's what our CUP says, is that it will be reconsidered. And I appreciate your time. I was on a planning commission in Providence last night till 9:30. I'm amazed you went to 10. I wouldn't have done it. I would have voted against it.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for the applicant. Joe, did you have a chance to review the packet ahead of time?
Chris asked me if I had the packet to review. I have been so busy. A major portion of my law practice is estate planning. And if any of you know what the Build Back Better Act is that they passed in 2000, in November, not November, they introduced it in September. I haven't had time.
That's okay then, that's fine, but I was simply curious because there were some of us here that watched this be born and participated with it the entire time. From somebody landing on the road in Mendon that precipitated, or the necessity for the county to put some ordinances in place. But the recordings here were, the excerpts from recordings here were specifically of interest to me in applicant. It was just very clear deja vu to read this, and that's why I'm curious if you'd had the chance to.
I've read it. I took the opportunity to read and mark it up.
Well, we can discuss it later, but
as moderately articulate as I was without reading it.
I was curious of your response to those excerpts that were here.
In what way? Do I dispute them?
If you don't want to address them now, I'm fine with that. I just was curious, as a member of this body, the applicant says we're fine to stipulate that the development of any of the properties around us would take precedence to the airport, and we would need to readdress whether that's to shorten the runway so that we can meet the zones, or whether it's the conditional use permit is restricted or revoked. That's been said, done. And then the response by the chair, staff.
Our position hasn't changed. And I mean no disrespect with informality, Brady, but we haven't changed. What we're saying is the county planning office asks us for the most demanding aircraft, and that landing strip is available for other less demanding aircraft. And you know, we can have a landing strip out there that is suitable without taking that home into consideration. It's possible to have the pilots approach it and just have it noted on the FAA that they cannot land or take off to the south. It has to be to the north. And it's perfectly valid. It's perfectly usable. And there's other options that as we tried to present them, the planning office's position is that those aren't on the table because we can't reconsider it without formal application on it. And to me, I don't see that in the definition of the word. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Chris isn't practicing law without a license. He's been giving some feedback based on consultation with the county attorney. And while the code says that if words in the code are not otherwise defined, then we look to the dictionary. The code statement there isn't controlling on language in conditional use permits. And language in conditional use permits doesn't trump county code. And the county code is explicit in saying that all requests for a conditional use shall be made on an application form provided. No use approved as a conditional use may be modified, enlarged, or expanded without obtaining an approval, and that the application for modification shall be processed and so on. It's clear in the county code that, and there's a provision for revoking, and before them is a conditional use that requires no structures in that RPZ. There's now a structure in the RPZ. It could be revoked. That's my opinion. And if there's going to be a modification, that needs to be initiated by application. That's clear in the code.
And you are the county attorney, and I respect that. But there have been instances, John, where I disagreed with you and we ended up in court, and I'm trying to find a solution short of going to court.
And that's why we're recommending that there be a continuance to allow for an application. That's why I brought that up at the outset. In terms of the planning office did not require Holyoaks to do a maximum aircraft.
You say they didn't?
They did not. But
I disagree with you.
Well, let me finish what I mean by that. I believe that the office recommended that we're going to have to put conditions based on what you say the use is going to be. So if you think you're going to use, I don't know numbers or names of aircraft, but if you think you're going to use an aircraft like this, then you ought to say that so that the conditions would reflect that. And if you're not going to use that aircraft, then tell us what you are going to use. And it would be the same way with the campground. But tell us how many campsites you're going to have because the conditions will reflect that. But the analogy is apt. That you've got to say, here's the extent of the use that we anticipate so that the conditions can reflect that. At this point, that is the aircraft, and those are the conditions that have been imposed. If the Holyoaks are wanting to say, our use is going to change, we're not ever going to use that aircraft, then they need to come and say, we'd like to amend our CUP because we're going to use a different aircraft, and we'd propose to only take off from the south or whatever it is. Those modifications under county code need to be initiated through an application, which we also don't want to end up in court. That's not our interest. But looking at the county code, it requires applications. That's why we're recommending a continuance to allow an application for an amendment.
I'm going to add one point of clarification. I think I agree with everything that John has conveyed, and I support that, and that's what our intent is. Any of the requirements we stipulate aren't coming from us. They're going to originate from either that circular or from the county code. And so both of those reflect.
I don't think you understand the circular.
You can make that argument. I think both of those are accounted for in that specific language in the circular. That stipulate if you're going to put a runway down, you need to stipulate what type of aircraft is going to be using it. There, that's where that comes from. It's not just I'm pulling ideas out. This would be a cool thing to put in here. It's specific to what the code states and what the circular states.
And while Chris or I may not be FAA experts, county code does require application of that circular. And so the county staff has got to look to the circular and apply it as best they can, because that's what county code requires. And while you've made the assertion, we've not been provided, and that's why Chris keeps reaching out, for how do you, under the aircraft that the permit says you're going to use, how are you complying with this?
It doesn't say that the permit does not say that you're limited to that aircraft. You asked us what the most demanding aircraft was gonna be.
And because the permit allows you to use up to that most demanding aircraft, we've got to look at the circular as applied to that most demanding aircraft. And so if the applicant would like to come in and say we aren't going to use that as the most demanding aircraft, then that would allow the county to look at the circular and apply it to that aircraft.
Yeah, let me indicate that when they came in and applied for the CUP, they were trying to meet county code. If they lose the CUP, and I'm not trying to get my back up with anybody, they can still do limited landings out there, even underneath the present ordinance.
In fact, the county has informed them of that there, for limited landings, there's no need to get the CUP, and the county wondered, given how infrequent the landings and takeoffs have been, why there has been.
But the point is, they want to be forthright, they want to do it right, and they want to meet county ordinance.
And the county is simply trying to apply the law as we advise them and understand. And I'll.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a comment? I know it was brought to our attention 2 meetings ago when we started this conversation, there was resentment that the other party, from the applicant, that the other party didn't have an opportunity to speak. I would really like to hear from some of them here tonight on their thoughts and facts regarding this.
We're going to go ahead and, if we as a council, unless we as a commission decide we want to set this off for January.
Whatever the majority wants to do, I just know that that was brought up, and I'd really like to hear their, especially where the applicant brought that to our attention, that we shorted them in the opportunity to present their facts.
Ms. Holyoke is here and ready to present, I believe, the PowerPoint. Is that right, Rachel? Or?
I would just like a point of clarification from this discussion. So I'm Rachel Holyoke. I am the applicant, or one of the applicants. So after the October 7th meeting, I reached out to the planning office to ask what the next steps were to apply for an amendment. And an email between Mr. Harold and I indicated that I should provide information about a proposal, but it did not say to file an application for an amendment, which I did. And through the course of this, the report has been very clear that it was staff's opinion an application could not be considered until an uphold or revoke was made. And I do feel like what was intended at the time the CUP was issued and what I've been advised since October has shifted. Tonight, I'm hearing maybe an application would be considered in parallel. I am happy to submit that application, but I don't want to submit an application and then here we have to uphold or revoke and not hear any of the options to mitigate the challenges that are brought. I don't dispute the home is in the RPZ. I don't dispute that violates the circular on the southern end, but I do think there are mitigation paths. And so if the commission is willing to hear what those mitigations are and have an amendment in parallel, I will happily submit one. Up to this point, staff has told me not to submit one until a decision on uphold or revoke was done. And so I just want clarification at the end of this meeting as to whether or not an amendment is worth submitting and will be considered in parallel. Because if it won't, let's not go through the process until it can be addressed. But that's what I need. Thank you.
I need to add a point of clarification with our emails. I think Rachel's accurately stated it with one exception, is that they could submit an application for a conditional use permit. We would accept that, but we would hold it until a decision had been made on the decision to revoke or not to revoke the permit. Because if you're going to revoke the permit, there's no reason for them to go through a conditional use permit amendment process. So that's what was clarified following emails. to clarify that point. And if that's consistent with what your memory also, we can also bring the emails in to support that. But it seemed like it would not be appropriate to ask you to submit a conditional use permit process or application when this was still pending and they may revoke the permit. So that was staff's communication.
It would be an application to amend the CUP, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. We want to hear from Mr.
So we could consider an amendment before we consider revoking or not?
What I directed is that if you haven't decided if you're going to revoke it, it seemed like a waste of their time to go through the process to pursue an amendment when you still haven't decided if you're going to revoke. So none of this had been discussed yet, except behind the scenes, right? So we've been waiting to have this discussion with the commission. So a lot of this is happening behind the scenes and through email, trying to determine what is the most appropriate course. So I recommended that that was a good course of action. That our typical approach would be if there's a pending action, that we don't start a new action until the other one's been resolved.
But it does seem to me though, Chris, that if the amendment would resolve the reason why it was going to be revoked, then go ahead and consider the amendment to see if it couldn't be amended to avoid revocation. And if it can't be amended to avoid revocation, then you go back and consider the revocation action and revoke.
So,
but if there's potential to amend it in a way that it works, that seems like to allow that opportunity rather than revoke and just start over.
So what I would ask is that the commission make a motion to take some sort of action, right? So we wouldn't just leave the revocation undecided. They would need to make an action that states, we are not going to revoke the permit if. So we have a final action and they move forward with the amendment. They can still bring the revocation decision back if they want. But then we're not trying to, from my viewpoint, trying to balance both.
Is that if will continue the revocation action if for up to 60 days if they're going to file
I think so. That's exactly what we did with Whisper Ridge, as I recall. But it doesn't put them at a disadvantage of trying to bring it through a process that hasn't actually received an action. So we need an action from the commission that states what, if they're going to revoke it or not. If they're not, then there's some stipulation for what that is. And if they are going to revoke it, it saves them the time of going through the process. So that's the balance of those two pieces. I'm not trying to seem like I'm switching bait here to make them hold on the process. That's not our intent. Our intent is to...
But you did not want to get ahead of the commission.
Correct.
But it does seem like the commission ought to be able to consider an amendment and kind of put the revocation action on.
It seems like on Whisper Ridge, we continued it until the point where we were satisfied that we did not need to revoke it.
And you stipulated what those conditions were to continue. So then when those conditions were met, you were able to make a decision that that was acceptable. Now,
I mean, to me, I don't think we would make a decision not to revoke. We would make a decision to continue it to allow the applicant time to provide additional information that would, allow us to not revoke it and set those conditions. Or
that may be possible. I guess some of the stuff I'm seeing as a crossover is the same information I'm looking for with the revocation is the information that would come with the conditional use permit amendment.
Right.
And so they are achieving the same purpose.
I think the other thing that would be helpful for staff and including my office and yours to communicate with the applicant is that it's our view that that the applicant provide take the step of saying, here's what the use is going to be and how we would do it. And not, well, there's a house there now you tell us how to make it work, which is a little bit what today's email felt like, that, well, we recognize the house is there, you could take off the other direction, you could always turn left, you could do this, now you tell us which of those you like. That really, the county would prefer to hear from the applicant, that here's, we won't use that.
You think a size like shoes in a fit, John, and
says, here's a landing strip. You as a pilot have to determine whether you can land safely or not.
But that's not what the county code says. The county code adopts the recommendations in the circular. And the county is not prepared to just say, anyone in the county can have a private airport and we leave it to your best judgment as a pilot whether your landing strip is long enough or not. The planning commission needs to put on some conditions that include a runway length and an RPZ length. And I'm not prepared to advise the commission in this case or any other to just say, boy, these pilots are smart. As long as you come and tell us you're going to land on your property, let them look at the air conditions and all of that, and they'll know. No, they've got to be able to put some concrete conditions on.
Chairman, in order to make a determination on this, we need to extend our meeting. I'll make a proposal, we extend the meeting for, till 10:15, just so we can make a vote.
Okay.
Either revoke or to amend.
We're gonna have to go,
Wayne, just,
I would just, my last comment, and I will back up. At the last meeting, you had folks other than the applicants wait this same number of hours and then not get to say anything. I think the idea to let some others speak during those 15 minutes, just for the big picture.
Sure you don't need to go till 10:30 with our other agenda items.
Well, I'll make, suppose we go for 30 minutes till 10:30.
okay.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We get it.
I'll be quicker than you, I bet.
Oh, no, only 2 minutes, so.
Whatever, right?
Okay, well, just really quick.
Have a fist fight.
My name is Dan Dygert. I represent the Howards. They live next door to the property where the airport's located. There was a statement made by Mr. Chambers. He said evidence that the runway's been used at least once a year. I've taken depositions of the Holyoaks. I've sent interrogatories. I've asked that question for a year and a half now. They testified under oath. They have not used it. They've had this permit for 4.5 years. They have not landed or taken off there one time. They have not seen anybody land or take off there one time. That's their sworn testimony. They cannot identify anybody who has landed there or taken off. So I want you to hold them to that promise. As you go through the promise, they promised evidence that it's been used. And I don't mean, hey, somebody might have used it. I want a logbook, because I've got the logbooks and it doesn't show anything there. I want somebody who's willing to come in here and say, I landed on that runway. There's a reason they haven't, because it's inherently unsafe. If you want expert testimony, I can bring Claire Schaefer. He's a designated FAA pilot examiner for 25, 30 years. He's already filed papers with the court saying, this airport is inherently unsafe. You can't land that aircraft there. And the best evidence is it's never happened, right? So I want you to hold them to that promise that they have evidence used at least once a year, because they don't have it. It doesn't exist. It hasn't happened. It's a hayfield, and it's never been used. And I would be happy to bring Mr. Schaefer. He can come in and provide whatever information, because you're right. This permit was given for a specific aircraft, not any aircraft, for this aircraft. And the only reason they might need an amendment is because they've never used it, because they can't use it for that aircraft, right? So there's other things. There's the RPZ. I think everything's on the right track there. And they had, from the FAA perspective, I think that's where we may need to clarify a little bit, and I would ask the planning staff to dig into this. My understanding is they had every legal approval they needed the second they recorded the CUP to land and take off there from the FAA. So they didn't need to wait till October of last year for anything to come from the FAA to say, hey, we can now use it. So their non-use is for 4.5 years now, where they were legally entitled to use it. They didn't use it. They didn't because they can't. You can't land that airplane there. It's physically impossible. So hold them to that promise. I look forward to seeing it if it exists, because I can't find it.
My name's Jason Rich. I'm a neighbor. Appreciate some time to speak tonight. I'd like to quote directly from the staff report from the conditional use permit from 2016. It says, there are additional concerns with the length or width of the approach and departure runway protection zones due to the nearby structures in the parcels to the north and south. The parcel to the south is the currently undeveloped Lot 3 of the Pheasant Ridge Estates subdivision, while the 38-acre and the 9.25-acre parcels to the north are currently used for agriculture. And Chris, I don't know if it would be possible, I'd like to see the map of the runway that you had up earlier. Is that possible to pull that up? The advisory circular indicates that airport operators should own the runway protection zones. In this case, future development on these parcels may interfere with these zones and create unsafe situations. It is left to the Planning Commission to determine whether to require the applicant own the land associated with the RPZs or to allow the airport with this condition. It says that the development rights of these parcels have priority over the airport, and future development in these areas may restrict the airport's ability to operate. And as Brady mentioned, Rachel, from the minutes in May 2016, I'm just going to repeat it. She said, I am the property owner. There are 3 conditions that staff were worried about. We are fine to state that development of any of the surrounding property would take precedence to the airport. And all that I'm suggesting tonight is it seems to me like it's been just the opposite. Precedence has been given to the airport and not the surrounding property. And there's a home directly at the north. When I pulled up the map from 2016 with the original permit, that north zone went all the way to the county road. And there's been some question, as Chris mentioned, about the map, but I think it's interesting that now it goes within feet of the Stoker's house on the north boundary. And now there's homes in the south boundary as well. And so I'm just concerned that it's not the surrounding properties taking precedence, it's the airport taking precedence, and we're trying to sandwich an airport in between homes with families, and I don't think it's safe, and I just would suggest that you take a very close look at what's happening here and make sure that it's safe for the properties, the owners of the properties surrounding this airport. Thank you for your time.
My name's Nate Benson. I live at 6427 West, 400 South, so I'm the house that's a couple houses down. I'm the one that's been there all this time. I've been the one that was there during the supposed, prior use, non-conforming prior use, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I've lived through this. They want to bring in Brian Billings, who was the one landing there prior to that. Hangar was built outside of any of our covenants that we built for our subdivision. Those kinds of things were done. I only ever saw a Cub landed on that strip. And I only saw it landed on there a couple times, and the third time I saw it, he prop landed it. It is a dangerous strip. And a Cub is much smaller than what we're talking about with a Cessna 180, okay? And ever since then, after that, all the landing was done on our private road in front of our houses. And that's when the county attorney got involved. That's when Jamie got involved, Jim. And so I have been there. I've seen this. I know about these activities that have gone on. I have, like a lot of us, I've worked at home for the last year and a half. I don't see evidence of it ever being used. I do think it has a dangerous aspect to it. I saw a Cub landing on it and struggling with it. And a Cub, of course, that had Tundra tires, so it was meant to kind of handle a rough landing. So it's been a little frustrating because we think that the circular is part of the county law, or it's interpreted as part of this law, but as far as ownership of these zones or substantial control over them, these homes, there was a conditional use permit on these lots to the south and the one to the north on the road a long time ago for people to build a home there. Spent good money to build their home there. You know, and I know we're talking about procedure, making it a procedural issue, and I haven't practiced law since, you know, God, 1998. So, you know, I'm not up to this, okay? But the reality is that there's really no way you can amend this and be true to that circular. I mean, we can talk about it all we want, but there's no really any way you can amend this and be true to the circular and substantially control or own any of these zones you want to put together. You're going to have another neighbor. And I come to these meetings quite frequently now, and with all the development that's happening, this is just, I know this doesn't count for anything, but to your guys, to your body's headaches, we're just developing more and more and more and more, you know, and I understand. I get CUPs and I get property rights, but there's a history to this, and I don't see how this can be amended without just being here again till 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night on some other year or whatever. You know, it's basically a great idea to have private airports, but this is really shoehorning it in to a place where we live. So anyway, I just wanted to say something. I wasn't notified back in 2016 when this happened, even though I was pretty close property owner. I know that you've amended your notifications now, which we appreciate that, but this has been going on for a really long time, before the private airport. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Tina Howard. I live right next door to this airport. I'm the one that brought you a couple of posters a few meetings back. From things that Mr. Chambers mentioned, I have 3 questions of people who are in the audience tonight. First one, Rachel.
Hey, ma'am, just address that so, because then we create conflict. We're being serious.
Okay, so the date that the FAA recorded the airport was not 2020. You can ask Rachel tonight what date it was recorded, and it is far more than a year ago. The second people in the audience that you need to ask a question of are the Barrises and the Ruperts. Mr. Chambers stated that the Rupert's home was agreed to be moved farther to the south, so it would not be in the runway protection zone. What they did here in the meeting tonight was shake their heads no, all of them. The third question goes to Nate Benson. He just told you that the Cub airplane that attempted to land on this airstrip crashed. You need to ask him if that crash was reported to the FAA, because it wasn't. Those are the 3 things I want you guys to check.
Thank you. Any other comment? Thank you. We'll now close the public comment.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Public comment is now closed. Commissioners, what are your thoughts?
Not sure how to word it, but I think we need to extend this until January or February, give them 60 days to come back to answer some of these questions, if they can prove that there has been something land on the strip in this period of time that we're talking about. And if, in my mind, if there's some amendment to that, landing only from the north, taking off only from the north. But if there hasn't been anything land or still out there in years, then, you know, we're wasting everybody's time. But I've been a pilot. I've got 1,000 hours of multi-engine time, but I've been in Cubs on a lot smaller ships than that, in and out. And I've landed a 182 in less distance than that, but I see it's okay. So.
Lane, do you mind if I ask a question to you? Aside from your personal experience, and that's impressive. How do you feel, were you here when this thing went down? So how do you feel about the fact that the agreement, the understanding was amongst all of us, that if and when other structures came in, that it was over?
I guess I can't really say that it was over or that it needed to be reconsidered. Again, what was the wording? What was the actual wording?
Well, there was some of both.
I think it was reconsidered, and if it was, then we can reconsider. And if they don't land and fly over that southern property, then that's reconsidered. But I would like to send this out, or with those questions, that we take this out till January, February, so they can answer those questions. You won't be here, but. Okay,
So maybe the motion would be to continue, I mean, I would just suggest making it a little bit longer than we think it's gonna take and say, continue it up to 90 days or something to that effect.
What condition, what would it take for us to not revoke it? Do we feel confident they can provide what we need so we don't revoke it? Because the conditions tonight that I'm looking at, the conditions are there to revoke it. The only thing do we feel confident enough that we see a remedy, that they could remedy this by continuing?
I think if they can come up and answer question number 2 and adequately.
Okay.
And then a amendment to that PRC.
Okay. That gives them some things to answer to the next time we come back. So.
Does that give you enough information?
I think they might need more specifics. Or maybe more I don't know how to express it, but the request and then the complaint is that we're asking for too much, that it can't be defined. I don't agree with that. But I think that when we start to talk about the 5th item, one or more of the CUP conditions have not been met specific to the runway protection zones and having a structure within that, they need to be able to define if a runway protection zone would include a structure. And that means they have to do the work to identify if that runway protection zone can be adjusted to eliminate structures from within it. So that means if you want to hear about the specifics on 12 consecutive months, they must also identify if they can eliminate structures from within the runway protection zone, based on your previous approval.
If we were to continue it or consider, we got to be extremely clear too, if any more development was, I mean, I'm not, personally right now, I'm not leaning that direction, but I'm just, there's got to be huge clarity in here that if we went that way,
the same conditions might apply.
That something's got to be set solid so there's never another question.
If I may, when it came to Whisper Ridge and there was conditions out, they were able to go back and mitigate those or fix those. I don't see how you fix a house in an RPZ.
That's one.
They had communicated to me they thought it would be possible.
Okay, that will be interesting.
2 months or so ago. I haven't seen anything to substantiate that. So if that's possible.
This is us giving them that opportunity though.
Yes.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll support it.
They go down to Cubs, then the RPC shrinks, they may not include the house.
How do we proceed here?
Bill's got to give us some final wisdom.
You want to make a motion, Phil, for us, your final motion tonight?
He's waiting to be elected to chair again.
I'm good.
Be short-lived.
I'm still not sure how to word that.
So far I've heard from the commissioners, the idea that it needs to be continued, the recommendation would be for up to 90 days to allow a maximum potential allowance of time. That it needs to consider the specifics of if condition 2 has been met, If the use is ceased. Yep, if there's evidence to support that, and if there's evidence to support that the objects can be removed from the runway protection zone.
Or some amendment to how the CUP is now that would remove that obstruction or avoid that exceeding that condition or whatever.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's a new house on the lot to the east. So as far as moving zones around, that's what I'm saying, it's just gonna be.
Does that sound legal enough, John? We're not gonna.
Yeah, I'll try to articulate what I think of, that would be a motion to continue for up to 90 days, to allow them to provide evidence in the county to follow up on evidence regarding whether there's been use in the last 12 months. To also allow them to show that under the currently permitted use, the RPZ could be adjusted to still permit that current use, or to file an application for an amendment that would show a change in use, where the changed use could have an RPZ that would work.
I accept that motion if somebody wants to offer.
That's your motion?
Yes, what he said. So we extend it for up to 90 days.
You just say.
So said.
So said.
So said. And we've got it on tape. Second.
I'll second. Go ahead.
All in favor?
I'll second.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
So said, we have 1 day. Well, now I'd like to open,
Oh, we gotta go on to,
we gotta get this new chair.
Next item is discussion.
Briefly, so I'm just gonna touch on this briefly so you know that it's here, that you're aware of what we've talked about before. I brought it for you before you use a discussion tonight instead of just after we finish discussion, which has happened the last couple of times. This is reflecting the input I've received from commissioners and from Mr. Nolan about what we need to do with 5810, the private airport specifically. And so this proposes a number of possibilities of how we could address the issue we keep bumping into with airports. The most recent one was with the one in Petersburg with Janos Lakatos, and that was primarily all on his property. All the runway protection zones, all those areas were on his property with the exception of some small corners, probably within setbacks, so no one would be impacted by that in the same manner.
Another concern was the amount of landings.
Yeah, the number of landings, so the nuisance or the noise issue that may be perceived. And so what this identifies is those specifics. So there's some options here. To move forward, you can either leave the code as it is, but impose conditions related to noise impacts and mitigation on an as-needed basis. The other two options specifically stated here to amend the code. One is to require a sound study specific to noise impact, and another is to require that all zones and areas related to the private runway are on the property of the airport operator. You can combine those or other options you may have considered. I've just restated what I've heard from the commission as possible options to correct that issue. If you have directions specific for staff that you'd like us to look into, we're happy to do that. So this is just a jumping off point for where we're headed next with that.
I've had some citizens ask that we consider a specific zone, or that there be a zone where airports are allowed.
So they'd have to be rezoned.
Right.
To allow an airport. You
Which
create
gives-
a zone, an airport zone.
Which gives more
Suggestion?
citizen input.
So, yeah, that gives a lot of.
But often, where there's the space, it's also,
But then no one would get one because you would always have neighbors complain.
Well.
Right, no,
It's
no, I don't
just was
know.
brought up by some citizens to me to say, hey, consider a zone, or which zones are allowed for airports. I mean, it's been talked about, density and everything else is just continuing on, so And I don't know if that's been addressed in the countywide plan when that was studied. Was that addressed in that?
Airports?
Yes.
Not to that, it wouldn't be addressed to that detail. That's up at this level.
Up at this level?
What we're talking about is the implementation side. Once that's concluded, then we talk about what those zones should be, or at the end of that process.
And noise and safety just seems so vague, because we have these people saying, this is awful, this is terrible. What evidence or proof is there that would be enough to convince us to say, yeah, done, where we wouldn't be sued for saying, well, you just did that because you felt like it. What evidence do we have that it was that way? What's obnoxious to one person isn't to another, because there are inherent noises and safety risks with an airport, and yet the code allows for airports.
But yet we consider noise in dog pounds and everything else, so.
There's sorry to jump in, but there's a variance in noise in dog pounds that maybe, but it's acknowledged that below a certain, that you're not gonna have a dog pound and never have a dog bark. And by the council saying, or kennels, not pounds, that kennels are a conditional use in this zone, I think you could say, man, dogs are gonna bark and you can't ever mitigate that completely, no kennels. So that there's a presumption by the fact that the council says this use is a conditional use in this zone. You can't say, man, how do you get rid of airplane noise? You can't, so you can never have an airport, even though the council said you can have an airport. So there's that balance that once the council says it's a permitted use or a conditional use, it has to be within reason of, well, if you've got an airport, there's going to be some amount of noise that is just there, and the council's acknowledged that. Now, excessive, beyond normal airport noise, we've got to mitigate. I've been running this through my head, and that's the best I can come up with on that.
I like the zoning idea, because if you have specific zones that have those similar uses, then there is not the same perception of impact. And what's challenging with our ag zone is it's kind of a filler for everything. If you look at the uses that are anticipated in ag, an airport is probably a closer match than a house by a long shot for the type of use and the noise and all those pieces. But we allow homes in our ag zone. We allow them in our RU2, we allow them in our RU5, but they're not the primary use. Ag is the primary use. So I think that zoning is an issue. We've recognized it's an issue, and we keep trying to figure out how to make A10 do everything, and it doesn't. So that's part of why when we conclude this process with the general plan update, we'll need to come back and revisit what zones would be appropriate. Yeah.
If you take action before you get to changing the zoning, my suggestion would be that you say that the RPZ, that you have to not only own your runway, but you've got to own your RPZ.
That was one of his.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of, I have a hard time just saying like you can't have airports in ag zones. And when I say airport, I'm talking about private airports, which this is, small scale. My father's a rancher, he's a pilot, and his plane is a tool for managing his ranch, but he owns all of the land where the airport and the RPZ zones is, and the nearest residence is 10 miles away. So it's not a nuisance, and there could be appropriate A10 areas where a private airport on a private land will not be a nuisance. So it wouldn't make sense to just do away with it altogether. It would make more sense to apply some conditions to make sure that we can avoid the context that we're being presented with
Because you
frequently.
could put setbacks on that too. You could create a new zone for just those that isn't just 10 acres, that would be 20 or 30 acres, and you could have those setbacks be 100 feet from, of even the RPZ zone, you could have setbacks on all four sides, that even the RPZ couldn't touch any of the property lines.
You absolutely could. That's well within reason.
You could do it as an overlay zone instead of a conditional use.
We could add just the language we could add the language to the description, to the definition itself that says all those RPZ zones must be located on the property and the edge of that RPZ zone or other areas cannot be within 100 feet of another property. You could add that just to the definition and be done. That's the easiest one, but I don't know if that's the best one. But maybe it is. It's something we should consider and discuss.
Hey, we're out of time.
And we're out of time. So I think the next thing is elections. Is that right? Any direction for me on this? Do you want me to pursue some ideas there or see?
For sure, the RPZ all on their own property, I think.
Yeah.
But I like, either its own zone or an overlay zone.
I like the overlay. 'cause
There's
it's
presently
easy.
3 private airports in operation that have been approved. So the Holyoaks, the Musselmans, and Lakatos. I forgot the name of his.
One's an Avon.
Coldwater.
Two are in Mendon.
What's the one we just talked about a couple months ago?
Coldwater.
Mendon. The other one's an Avon or Paradise.
And then there's a few illegal ones I haven't.
Yeah, there's two up by me in Mount Sterling, so.
No, they don't
Yeah, there are.
exist.
Well, I've been seeing things, right?
And keep in mind that the county code allows
Yes.
people to land
I talked about
on
that.
an intermittent basis. It doesn't require them to get a permit to land. And that's defined and stipulated as to what that means. So if there's a constant use, yes. If it's just intermittently, they happen to land their plane, that's allowed.
Anywhere? In the
Yeah.
county?
Yeah.
Constant and intermittent sure can be,
What does that mean, right?
yeah.
That's what I was gonna ask, what does intermittent mean?
Yeah. Now, I don't want to give you, I've heard some comments that I'm acting as an attorney. I don't intend to act that way. And I hope you take what information I'm giving you as just direction that we've discussed and tried to convey, either with our attorney's office or what I've found in the code that I'm conveying. So I hope that isn't perceived that way. If it is, just let me know.
I've been accused of being other things too, but
You don't want to be accused of being an attorney, is what you're saying.
I don't want to be perceived as pretending to be something I'm not.
I do have a joke about attorney, but I won't say that here now.
That's all I have.
I know my expectation is, issues or items you bring before the planning commission have probably been reviewed by the attorney's office.
And if not,
Point of order, we're out of time again?
Let's just get elected and get out of here.
I'll make a motion to extend until 10:40? I don't know how much time you need. We can say 10:45 just in case. You don't have to do the elections.
You need to do the elections.
Yeah.
10:45.
We have a motion to extend to 10:45. We have a second.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. So, just open for nomination.
It's awfully quiet.
Yeah.
You guys are all in a hurry to get out of here, but you just got real quiet.
Bill's leaving.
Where are you headed?
Thank you, sir.
See what's going on, yeah.
Yeah, I'll second that. Or
I can't make a motion.
Okay, I move that we open it up for nominations.
I'll second. Yeah, I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Now open for nominations for chair for the upcoming 22 year. Who's on the, nice job. I nominate Phil. That's too funny. Who are we missing tonight?
Jason.
Jason.
I nominate Jason. Has he been chair before?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if he's been chair.
I think he's been a couple times, I think Brady's been a couple times, if I'm not mistaken.
Chris has. You want to do it again?
You're leaving yourself wide open.
I'll nominate Chris. I would nominate Lane, but he said he's not gonna be around, so unless you
The
change.
next 3 months, I will be probably not here, so.
I'll second Chris.
Chris has probably done it half a dozen times.
No, I think just once.
No,
But,
I think
you know, just for other commissioners' benefit, to the extent that it may be, over the years, what I'll say is like the commission used to, just by practice, this is not obviously stipulated, but a lot of times we would just follow a process where we would nominate a vice chair, and that person would serve as vice chair for a year and then nominate as chair the second year and let them serve as, and that was a way for folks like me, when I was new, you know, to sort of gain from the experience of others that come before me and so on and so forth, and just sort of work into that position. And so, for whatever that's worth, I would just mention that for any new members who may benefit from that sort of thing.
And that's the way it goes on the council, so I think that's a good process.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be that way, and.
I wish I would've had more time in.
Right,
before-
we've deviated.
Before getting into the
I
chair
think you must
position.
not have been at the meeting or something, you got nominated.
No, I clearly remember because I voted against it. If you pull the minutes, I was the only one that voted against it.
Maybe that was it.
With conditions that I wouldn't be here because I had all the kids playing fall sports, you know?
And I'm only saying that.
Are you trying to tell us your vote don't count?
I'm only mentioning that for the.
I never
benefit of-
voted. Remember when I was chair? The next time I thought, I'm not even gonna vote. It didn't matter last time. But no,
So for whatever it's worth, but I mean, I've been vice chair and chair before, so I'm not suggesting that should apply to me this time since you guys have nominated me, but just for what it's worth, going forward and selecting a vice chair, keep that in mind.
That's great advice.
Well, I would nominate Melinda for vice chair.
I'll second it.
I will just cry. I just don't have thick enough skin.
You don't have to worry about it as long as Chris is here. Just get your stuff together for next year.
I will help you.
Get tough skin, right?
My vast knowledge.
And he has a lot.
14 years.
Yeah.
This has been a lifetime commitment for him, so he knows all the ropes.
It was seconded, so we have a nomination for.
Do we have a second then? Oh, what do I?
You need to take care of chair first.
We have one for chair. All in favor of Jason being the chair for the upcoming year?
Chris.
Jason.
Which one are you pursuing?
Which?
Chris is the one that has a second.
We have two on there?
Chris has a second.
Okay.
Jason didn't have a second.
All in favor of? So Chris?
Yeah, Chris
is chair.
That's right.
All in favor of Chris being the chair for the upcoming year?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'll abstain.
Motion carries.
And then we had a nomination for vice. Is that right?
Melinda.
Do we
Was
have
that second?
I would nominate
I did,
Melinda.
yeah.
We have a second?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Melinda, are you willing to do it? That's kind of critical.
Baptism by fire.
I'm in May. I am too. I haven't even been on for a year.
Hey, you keep these signatures or
You'll be able to do it.
Yeah,
Add them to the file. Yeah.
you'll learn from him. He's good.
Hey, let's try and get in the habit of
Brandon been here before he got to be chair?
not doing these too often.
I don't think we're adjourned.
What's that?
3 years.
3 months.
I don't think we're not adjourned.
You wonder why I struggle?
Secretary, you can ask
Still
staff
here,
to do
Austin,
that.
don't be a stranger.
What's that?
You also have to act to,
You have to vote. the
Secretary.
he
I think we
says.
have to vote.
you have to
You have
vote.
to assign We vote for that?
My memory's saying yes, but
We just call staff.
you can just assign staff. If you-
We assign, do we have to,
I'll make a motion to assign staff to be secretary.
we have a
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.